Okay, we're here to talk about the budget. And before we get started, I'd just like to say that the last couple of years, we have just done excellent. The department heads and elected officials have always come back with money for us to put into the general fund. Therefore, why change anything in the agenda or in the budget? Just do the same thing we did last year. Of course, then we have to talk about employee or the payroll and on top of that. But I think if we just minimize the budget and do exactly what we did the last 2 years, where we gave last year, I gave over $1 million back, right?
Yes, sir.
So, you can't get much better than that. And as long as we have the elected officials and department heads that we have, why change it? It's my statement.
We're gonna call it into the budget hearing.
Yeah. But that being said, let's get after it. Pam?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Well, the good news is mine is pretty much just the same. One thing that's changing this year is going to be our consolidated court costs for civil fees and family law. Senate Bill 41 passed without the governor's signature. And so it's going to change a whole bunch of stuff. I can't even tell you everything that it changes, but one thing that it changes is that the district clerks don't have to do the yearly hearing and request to charge a $10 fee for our records management preservation fund. Remember, we used to have to do that and put the notice in the paper, and that was under Government Code 51.305. And that's one of the things, many things in the 41-page bill that was done away with. It completely did away with that statute. Unfortunately, it didn't deal with it for the county clerks. So I think they still have to do it. But basically, we're going to be charging a $30 fee, and how they're going to, there's percentages of how that gets divided up. But the bottom line for the public is going to be a civil case or family case used to cost you $272 to file with the filing, just the base filing fees. Now it's going to be $350, including a fee that's going to go to the state. It's actually for dispute resolution. Some counties have a dispute resolution office. We do not. And it was a fee that would be charged separately if we did. We never charged it. Well, now that fee, if you don't have one in your county, is going to go straight to the comptroller. So people in the county will be paying for dispute resolution offices across the state. And they didn't ask me if I thought that was fair. So anyway, that's pretty much it. If anybody has any questions.
Anybody have any questions for Pam?
On your rents and leases, is that for storage space offsite?
It is, that $12,000 is half of what we pay. The county clerk and I share a building offsite for our records. I've got about 1,500 square feet of it. She has about the rest. So it's about 1,500 square feet apiece.
Thank you.
Tana, do you have an extra budget list, presentation list? Because for some reason, I don't have one.
Yeah, here, are you talking about just this, right here?
Yeah.
You can have this one. I've got them up on the hall. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you,
Anybody else?
Yeah.
It's been brought to my attention, I didn't declare a quorum, although all four of us are here. I declare a quorum.
Right.
All right, no more questions for Pam. You got off the hook easy again this year.
Woohoo. Well, I didn't ask for anything else. So.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you.
thinking your salary line shows the changes that were made.
It will.
Okay.
It will. Yeah, this was done before the steps.
Yes.
So
it doesn't show the changes.
not yet, no.
We don't put any salaries in this budget yet, right?
Right.
The ones that are done this year prior will be done, will show up. So you will see it in some of the funds, but Pam's were done after this was printed, so.
Okay, so for most of the ones, the proposed 2022 are an accurate reflection of what?
Yes.
Okay,
All right.
Bob may be excused. We got district court and a
Yes,
jury.
go to work.
Thank you.
Iris? How are you? Spending a lot of money? You got a lot of library friends though, don't you?
What page is yours on, Iris?
That's 90.
83 is,
83 or 93.
Looks like 93 on this one.
well, maybe, I think it
I see 83 for library.
says on 83, on 93 on this list, but I think it's 83.
Okay.
I promise next time there will be tabs.
81.
Yeah. But the expenses are on. 80.
Yeah, the cover page is 80.
Well, Iris, there you go, spending all that money again.
I know, I did not ask for anything this year. And the only reason is because we do go out for grants during the year.
Yeah. You do a great job there.
Iris, do you budget for any salary increases for your staff, performance evaluations, that sort?
No, no,
Okay.
I haven't.
Have your people been with you a long time? I
Yes.
think you're
Some
kind
of
of
them
out of
have been
sight,
with
out of
me
mind.
probably 17 years. I think 2 of them
Yeah.
have been there for 17 years.
So I noticed I have a list of people that got steps and I noticed that you don't seem to ever give one.
No, no, I haven't. Really, every once in a while I will increase, but
Okay.
no.
Do you conduct performance evaluations? I mean, I just suggest that because if they're not doing well, it's good to let them know what their shortfalls are. And if they are doing well, it's good to let them know where they're doing well.
No,
Anyway,
I
that's
don't
just a
do the
recommendation.
evaluations. I just let them.
Any other
know.
questions on the budget?
Do a good job.
So,
All right, the fun one's coming up. Thank you.
Yes.
Go back to work. Come on up, Renee.
Good morning. Can you give us the page on this one?
33 and
33.
53.
83, but I'm looking at 20.
Looking at what?
20.
Go ahead. Talk to us.
Okay. We are also not asking for anything. We're going to stay within the given budget for 2021. I think one of the items that Commissioner Cheney asked for me to bring up is to get some playground equipment for one of the parks.
I'd like to address that. We've had Lewis Park for 11 years. And it's a good little park. It's attended from time to time, but it really just gets mowed and kids come over and play in the trees and stuff like that. We spent a lot of money on other areas in which we had grants, and I appreciated that. But I'd like for the court to give some thought to putting something over there, because we have a lot of younger kids in Peninsula Oaks now.
Didn't we acquired the park,
Thank you.
I guess, maybe because the homeowners association ceased to exist?
No, we acquired the park because Miss Lewis didn't want to have to do maintenance on it anymore. And the homeowners association hasn't existed in the last 27 years.
I mean, I kind of feel like on anything, if we do for one, we need to do for others.
I'm only asking.
So if we do one,
Yeah, we're really trying not to be in the park business because that entails a lot of other insurance liabilities and other things that go along with
I
it.
would suggest that something else we should think about here is that we surplus the park and give the people in the area a chance to create a homeowners association and
No.
maybe turn it over to them.
They'll never go. And also it was given to the county to hold in perpetuity.
Well, I don't think that means we have to hold it forever. We
Well,
want to.
perpetuity means a long time. I mean, it had been a long.
They may have
time.
intended us to hold it a long time, but we still have the free choice whether to continue to own it.
There's actually two pieces to the property as
Yeah, I
well.
know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, one's a basketball court,
Right.
which is not being used, but the other's a park, which is used. And, you know, we spent a lot of time, and I realized that it was granted, everything, but we've got long-term maintenance on it, on the trails, parks and the birding sites and everything. That's all.
That's paid for.
But all that's paid for by venue tax.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, this is something in that same area that, anyway, I've asked for it for 11 years, so.
Like I say, to me, if we did one, we would almost need to create one in every precinct.
We're not creating anything. It's a park already.
I realize
We don't
that, but
have
I'm
any
saying
parks
if we
in our
fund,
precinct.
if we're gonna fund one, we should create one in every precinct, and I just don't think we should do that.
Well,
If we have a way to turn it over to some nonprofit in that area, I think that's a
Sell
better.
it.
Or seek a grant for it, like the others that are getting grant funds.
we didn't have it. There wasn't any money left this time for grants for parks.
But there
Correct.
might be in the
That's-
future.
We looked, go ahead.
That's what Jennifer
Mhm.
was telling you and I, that there wasn't anything left. And I guess it was Zoom, or what was the grant?
Boom.
Kaboom.
Well, you know, I'm just asking for it again. And, you know, I've got a lot of people out there with a lot of kids that really don't have a park. And I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Cashline, but this park was given to us as a park. And it's not something we've had to purchase, or all we had to do is upkeep it. And we've done a good job at a reasonable price. And I think it needs to be expanded to be a park for the children, not just something for somebody to drive by and say it's been mowed.
I guess the choice is tax funds or raising money or getting grants. I mean, it may be a great idea to have a park, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good use of ad valorem.
I can't think of a better use for ad valorem than that. So that's for the general public. I mean, it's for the people who live in the area, and anybody else who wants to have come in. We've had weddings over there, and we've had a couple of family reunions and different things, but we're spending money every month to keep it mowed, and there's nothing for the children to do over there except climb trees, and which they do. It's not a litter issue. The park's well maintained and well kept, and the neighborhood honors the park and everything, but we're getting more and more young people.
And we need a
in this
park,
location.
we need a park director to make sure that kids didn't get crazy and fall out of the monkey bars or whatever else we have out there, break a leg, then we have to pay for that, right?
Whatever. That's my request.
All right.
I have a couple of items I was just curious about. The utilities went up significantly from previous years to 2021 and then again in 2022. Did something happen? Do we add something or go to a different provider?
No,
No,
Providers
it's
are saying.
Tiger Field. It's just used, I'm sure.
Okay, and then the insurance premiums, that was a pretty significant increase.
That's just an anticipation on an increase for next year. We had a 10% increase this year. We've just budgeted anticipating that we'll have another increase.
Okay, and then on the employees, the regular employees, I show that there's about a 40% increase in that. That's fairly significant.
I stayed within my budget and gave my employees an increase. Yes.
They're saving us a lot of money by we're not having to call vendors to come in and pay them to do jobs anymore. Or people take care of 95% of the work that's done here. in
Just
the county.
about. We're keeping everything in-house. We have a electrician apprentice. We have a certified HVAC technician. We have a master gardener who is licensed applicator. And we have a gentleman on the crew that also has spent most of his life in construction and plumbing. So we're pretty much taking, I would say, close to, if not at 90% of project and repair and replace.
So what line would you have been paying that out of? Vendors?
I didn't.
You've
hear
been
that.
hiring vendors.
Vendors, what
line?
part of your budget would that have been coming out of?
That would have been coming out of the either professional services or the 450, and also some in the sheriff's budget, which is the jail's budget, 567, 450, and 567, 418.
Okay, and there is a significant. Oh, no, there's not. I was going to say there is a decrease in the building repairs and maintenance, but it's still high. All right.
We're one of the departments that gives money back every year. And I really just think that the employees that the team that we have built in the facilities department is now totally in-house. And that's something that we wanted to do to help save the county money.
I remember we talked about that when you were hired.
Yes, ma'am.
And they do it well.
Thank you.
Well, as hard as I'm looking, I can't find anything. But have any questions for Renee? All right, keep up the good work, Renee. Oh, yeah, next go around.
Thank you.
Carrie?
Right.
Where's Carrie at? What number?
Page are you? 3. Page, 3? I was waiting for 3 something.
You're real close to the front.
Actually, 3.
Well, she's coming up. Can I ask a question? On several of these, unfunded mandate is underneath the department head title. Does that mean that there are activities within that department that are unfunded mandates?
Most of the department itself is required, and they're required by statutes that we have them, and that we get nothing.
Okay. I thought that's
From the
probably what
state.
it was, but thank you.
It just kind of to let y'all know, it'll only be on these worksheets. That won't be in the budget,
No,
but
it's helpful.
just wanted to keep everybody informed on departments and expenses we're required to have.
Thought for some time it would be nice if the unfunded things would be in a different color print. Where people that looked at it that don't have a clue how much of it we have, it would be more visible.
Speaking of unfunded
seem to have
mandates, we
page.
got another one this morning. The governor has found it's independent wisdom to sign an executive order stating that any fire or any sheriff department employee or any law enforcement jailer, that's all we need to worry about. But it also means fire departments, and if you have ambulance service, any first responders catch any communicable, and I say any communicable disease and can prove that it was while on duty, we have to pay for their quarantine and all expenses thereof. And medical and some other things. It's so much that it's going to be expensive. If it ever happens to us, it's going to be expensive. I feel sorry for bigger counties where it's going to happen to them. But anyway, another unfunded mandate. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this has been quite a process. The county clerk has a lot of details and going through codes and statutes and never a straight line. but I've been, I guess I wanted to say that this document that I gave each of you this morning, this is not my archive plan. I will have an archive plan, which is a requirement, but it only really covers records archive, and that's the portion that has to have the public hearing. But I felt it was important to talk about, after analyzing the records and knowing what is required for the county, and that being to preserve, restore, manage all things from 1950 going back to the sovereignty, back to 1871, but also not simply looking at those things, to look at things that maybe happened after that time period, but were significant to this county. So I have some different ideas and different things that I want to do and I want to share with you. Right now, this document
You have
has,
15 minutes, right?
I understand that.
Okay.
This document talks about fees, then non-court fees. So there are statute code that has fees that are required, and then there are fees that you all have input on. The last time that this court did records archive and records management, and I assume it was based on the recommendation from the county clerk, and that was in September of 2013. The records management was $8 per instrument, and the records archive was $7. The code, the statute really allowed $10 for each of those. So there is, in essence, that we've been giving up $5 of fee per instrument since late 2013. There is also a statute that was passed for the county records technology infrastructure in certain counties. We are one of those counties, the counties that border the Gulf Coast or Mexico. I believe that is especially for us because we have our records are at greater risk, and that's $2 per document. So I've met with a lot of vendors. I have a vendor coming today. I've gone out and looked at other people's systems, what they're doing. I've talked to the other county clerks, and I continue. I've got a vendor today. I have a vendor tomorrow. We are looking at what makes sense for this county. I think the time is now. Every county clerk who's come before me has played a very significant role. I am blessed to be in this position, and I'm highly motivated to do what I think is right for the county. And my piece of that, I believe, is to get what I can towards a records archive and records management, as well as to make our records very accessible to the public so that the public could access these records from home without even having to come in. These are sorts of things that would be less fearful in the event we have another disaster. And it's what most counties are doing. And there are some expenses to it, but the good news is that with these fees that the legislature has designed to set for these things, they are earmarked for these. And if we approve these additional increases, which instead of being a tax is really for the actual user, and I don't think many people would not close on their house because they have a little more of a recording fee. What that will do is give us the funding to do all of these things. So I have on this, we have, let's see here. I shifted some things around. My salaries look like they've gone up, but they've been taken out of records management. They've been taken out of records management. The maintenance agreement has gone up because we use a very old software that nobody, well, I hate to say it in case they're watching, but it's not a user friendly, it's not a counter friendly, it's a very, very long process, and we need to have things that work really well for the public. The public expects these things. So it's sort of a you get what you pay for type.
So are you proposing a new software? Is that why it went up to 45?
Yes,
So it's a new software.
it's a new software, and it will allow people to be able to look at things on at home. The other thing that you don't see here is right now, we, in essence, we assist people to be our competitor. We have texasfile.com, which gets our images, and people can look at them and pay them. Instead, they'll be paying us. They can look at it like with a shopping cart, like an Amazon, and say, I want an official copy of this document. Costs me $1 per page to do it. And they don't have to come in. They can look through all they want. Right now, we have indexing, which is imperative. We have a lot of things digitized, but if you get the idea of, let's say you have reams and reams and reams of paper, you throw them all into the room and you say, okay, find what you want. And so the indexing is something that's really important. Getting rid of the microfilm, which degrades, and there's some restoration that needs to happen to some of the older archive. I suspect because of Harvey, we've got some banding on old records that I've talked to preservationists, and they can fix them, but pretty soon they won't be fixable. So I guess the good news is that I believe we will have, I've kind of budgeted around 7,500 instruments being filed annually. I think it's more like 8,000, but I want to be on the conservative side. So if we do these things, we will be bringing in on an annual basis $90,000, which is simply dedicated for this work. I'd also, when you see my archive plan, and I bring up these other things because the archive plan, again, is the one I have to present, but it is my intention to spend this money to get the things that we have right now in our records management, in our records archive, to take care of the things that we need. It's there for a purpose. It's there for this purpose.
So
Thank you.
my question, or two, actually. You've moved the salaries out of records management into this.
I had one salary
Right.
that was in records management that I feel is not a dedicated records management use.
Okay,
And
because I
I-
had a question why there weren't any salaries in records management. So it's moved over into the county clerks.
It's
Man.
moved over into the
Okay.
county clerks. We could, again, once we get things into a better state, we could look at maybe saying this person is partially funded through that. But at this point, they are not strictly records management.
And has Colin looked at that software you're talking about?
Colin is
Okay.
involved, as is Tana. And, I know that we are trying to do something as quickly as possible that is responsible and reasonable. I am hoping and that Tana and Colin can get comfortable with whoever we want to go forward with, and they're going to be part of that decision, and that we would have that happen as quickly as is responsible. I will, for whatever it's worth, I will have to be in a campaign soon. So from my standpoint, I'm hoping that we can do it in a way and get everybody comfortable that we can have it happen this year rather than next year. And we do have funds
already this year that we could spend on it, even though it wasn't line item in that budget. The other thing is these funds, not the archive, because that has to go to public hearing, but the others have been approved long ago. So I was thinking, rather than to continue to let us lose these fees because we are incredibly busy, is to go ahead and on the next agenda, put things as we can into approval so that the fees can happen sooner rather than later, since we've already missed 8 years of fees. Any questions? Any smiles? I'm working hard for this, and I don't know. I'm hoping to be more than a appointed fill somebody's position, but at any rate, however it turns out, I will do my best in this. I feel this is a mark that I can make and I'm willing to make, and I will have a plan that for succession if necessary. So
Thank you.
thank you very
Thank
much.
you. All
I
right.
have a question.
Mhm.
When do we talk about the salaries for elected?
Elected. Not,
Is that, when is that, do we have any input right now? Do we?
you can talk about it anytime you want to.
Okay.
Well, two things that I'd like to mention. One is when Colin comes up, I don't know that I know he's tried to do some website things. I think this is really important for our county because people judge us by our website and all the things that we do. We don't tell our stories in the best way, and these things are expensive, but I think it's really important. And the other thing is about the salaries. I didn't have an opportunity really to speak up last time because I was an appointed person. But last time, my salary and all the other electeds decided that we should not get an increase. I will tell you that I think the people that you see come here, not only the department heads, work incredibly hard. Yes, we do this because we are motivated to do it, but I think that we lost out on an increase that I don't think we should have lost out on. And I hope that will be considered this time, as we really potentially have 2 increases to look at, because we did lose out on an increase last time and we're working rather hard.
Okay. Thank you. We're moving right along.
Do you,
The judge,
do you want to do yours while we're waiting for Judge Stupnick and maybe get her?
Do you want
Yeah.
to just try to round up some people?
Judge Stupnick is right across the hall. See if she wants to come in now,
Okay.
and then we can do,
And then,
where's John? We can just do long-term recovery in mine.
Colin,
it's just salaries really,
Yeah.
so.
do you want me to grab Judge Stupnick?
Yeah.
And then we didn't put Commissioner's Court or non-departmental, but if you want to discuss
What
those.
about
we
Linda
can.
Dunn?
I can call her.
Oh, she was sitting back there a minute ago.
She left a while
We can
ago.
discuss those if you want to. The
I'd like to.
non-departmental and the Commissioner's Court, when we do the long-term recovery.
All right.
She's headed this way. Is there anybody else you want me to? Well, there's not this afternoon. Without Alma, do you want me to go get Alma?
Uh,
I think so. I don't know about the constables, Doc, if he's in the building. I don't know if he is or not.
Doc says he needs a vehicle, so
Yeah, that's the only really big change in his.
it's only,
Are there any updates
Yeah, she's
on
she's
Charlie?
after Alma, so yeah.
Philip, any updates on him?
he's still out. And he's not looking good, but he's elected official, so it's up to him. Hey, Judge, we're running a little faster than we.
Fashionably early.
So it, on yours,
Where's she at now?
He's on page 12. Oh, sorry, page 11. So your increase in salaries is due to,
The civil clerk.
I'm sorry?
The civil clerk.
And that was a full-time position, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Well, y'all are quiet in here.
We're scribbling
How
and
much to
reading.
gripe about?
I don't see any changes really, except for the clerk.
How has your caseload increased? Is it increasing? How much? Is it
I don't know. I'd have to get a report from her. I mean, we're receiving quite a few more than what we were, and the majority of them that we're receiving now is over the 10,000 limit. We've had a couple at 20,000, right at 20,000. So,
Was that a good change?
well, I guess for Judge Bianchi, it was.
I mean, but did that add a lot to your load?
Yes.
Yes, and it's a little bit more time consuming because you're dealing with attorneys instead of pro se defendants, which in the long run is better. Because, I mean, they get the pro se, a lot of times don't do anything right.
Right.
Or a lot of things that are not done right, and they lose their case when actually they should have won, but I can't tell them what to do. I just tell them to appeal it.
How this change in level has
The
that
jurisdiction?
changed your educational hour requirements? Are you having to do more training now than, I mean, are you gonna have to
We did extra training last year,
for the 20?
our year before last, right before COVID. We had special trainings that we actually went up to Waco, to the college up there, and the law students. We had a really, really good training up there.
Okay.
And they have special trainings when, of course, this year we didn't do it in person. We did it virtually. But they added the additional training that they thought we would need, like legal terms that normally is not in our courts, motions that are not normally not in our courts, that the attorneys are going to use. That's where the extra stuff for the attorneys come in.
Okay, so are you going to need, I'm just trying to get a handle on this. Are you going to need additional from the county attorney? Whenever you handle this? I
Not
don't know how
civil.
you do your court.
She's only criminal,
Okay.
so we won't be dealing with her on that at all.
Okay. Okay.
And I hope our criminal doesn't increase a whole lot. I mean, it's pretty bad as it is now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else?
Thank you. Judge McGinnis, you might as well come on up. That is ready as everybody else, right?
I didn't do any new changes to my budget.
Pardon?
I didn't do any new changes to my budget.
No.
Under office furniture and equipment, are
Mhm.
you purchasing your
Furniture
computers?
for the pretrial office, pretrial supervision clerk office in the part-time office. Which I don't anticipate using that much. I'm just putting it in there because I don't know what the cost is going to be since everything has increased.
Any other questions for Judge McGinnis?
No.
All right. Thanks. Alma?
So I have several departments, as you well know, but I'll start with the treasurer's department. No changes on there. I would like to reserve a step increase for my employees if I should choose so throughout the year. I do have $500 added on office supplies, which that's beyond my control because the paper and everything is so expensive and I haven't gone up in several years. So that's the only change I have on the treasurer's.
And I'm sorry, Alma, did you say you were adding a person or you did?
No,
add-
no, no. I want to reserve the step increase, put my employees on the step increase list for next year if I should decide to give them a step increase. I guess that's appropriate for me to say that at this time. The list, whatever we're doing.
All right.
Then on the assistance department, I don't know the page number, so sorry.
What page number?
Good, we might not either.
The assistance department or the rest of my
142.
employees are paid out of, there's no change on, there's no changes on that. Except for it's healthcare services, so I gotta find the page myself.
139, is that what you said?
131.
131.
Oh, I do have a reduction in the conference and association dues of $2,000 that I'll put back into the fund. And then on the assistance program, which is the Duro donations, I'm putting 1,500 there instead of 1,000, but that does not, that is not money that comes out of the county.
In the assistant department, you said you're changing something to 1,500. I'm sorry.
The jury donations, which is what I use for the assistance program.
Okay.
What's one thing I need to bring out on the juror donations? Actually, Jen in the county attorney's office is going to work with me as far as the list of who we allowed to be put on the juror donations. So she's wants them to be a little bit more accountable, which I would think that they would be. On another matter, there's a House bill going around. I'm not quite sure exactly what it says about how you pay the jurors, but one thought that the auditor and I have tossed around is paying cash for the jurors. San Patricio County has done it for years. They've done an analysis that said it cost about $5 to write a check. By the time we
Write a check for $6.
Yeah. So by the time we enter the payments, what the district clerk has to do to get the list to us, we enter it in code. The auditor's office writes the check. The auditor signs the check. I sign the check. I put postage on the envelope, mailing it. Then they come back. They don't get cleared. I have to deal with them every month because they're outstanding. San Patricio County swears they don't lose their donations by doing that. It would be something that you guys would decide because I would have to up the petty cash, so to say. I'd have to have the money the day before for everybody that they called. And so, it could work.
How much do you get in on the donations in a year's time?
We have 5 or 6 people on there, which it just varies, just like this time, the assistance department, this last time we called like 1,000 people. I don't know how many showed up, but we got like 200. And then one of the other organizations got 400. You may get $6, you may not get nothing. It just varies.
But you'd save quite a bit of money on, if you paid cash, the amount of money that you would save is pretty substantial.
The money and the time. Another option I have Colin looking into is, and I discussed it with Jackie also, is to eliminate the signing of 300 checks, is to purchase the module for Encode that will print our signatures. We're in agreement that we're okay with the juror checks being stamped with our signatures, but none of the others. But that may be so expensive that we may not even want to go there. Colin's got to find that out.
That
In other
idea
words-
of paying jurors, I think might be a good idea, especially if they've shown that it doesn't reduce the donations that are going to the charitable groups. Just
Right.
because I remember when I was in the treasurer's office, what a nightmare that was to try to get those
It
people to
is.
cash the checks.
And I mean, it would take a lot of our time to actually physically be there, to be in tune when the jurors are showing up. I mean, we can't miss that part, but no problem there. We got that covered.
Do y'all have an idea how many jurors are in a year?
How many
How
went?
many, on a normal year, how many jurors get paid?
I have no
And
idea.
is that a
Well,
line
the
item?
checks, when
Is
we
that
cut
in
the checks,
budget
it's
somewhere?
anywhere between 100 and 200 checks when we cut them. And, well, we went a whole year without cutting any. That was nice.
Well,
Mhm.
but on a normal year, I'm curious how much we're talking.
Yeah, it just depends on how many jury trials that they have, and because they call,
I
Is
think
it 200,
400, and if
400,
200
or
show up,
2,000? I mean, I don't even.
normally it was a
They call
few
300,
hundred, but
400.
now they're having to call more, I believe.
It's not thousands of jurors, it's hundreds maybe.
Each call.
Each time.
Each time. And then we have juries, what, a couple of times a month? Or do we usually have more than that?
It depends on the judge.
Depends on the judges.
But you pay the people that show up for jury.
Mhm.
right.
Mhm.
So
Even
like I
if
said,
they're
they
not
are
there.
calling, they're calling a lot of people.
Well,
And-
yeah,
and-
but you
People
call,
should be able to
you
get
call
that.
300, you're lucky if 75 show up.
And keep in mind, the second day, we get reimbursed. I turn that into the state. So if somebody serves a second day, like the big one, they called 1,000 people, and the second day, the first day they came here and the second day they went to the school before they actually picked, all that, we're getting reimbursed from the state. We've got $13,000 in for the quarter because of the second day being paid at $40, but we get any second days, we get paid back. So we're just talking about the first $6, not the second day pay. We'll get that back. So
I
something
think
to
it's a good
consider.
idea. But you said I thought, and I could have misunderstood, that you changed your jury donations from 1,000 to 1,500?
Right.
Because it's,
That's just the donations that assistants receive from the
assistance
people who
department.
donate their fee.
Yeah. it's
Okay.
revenue.
but on our sheet, doesn't it still show 1,000? Or am I just,
No, ma'am. It's
Proposed.
15.
I thought I saw.
Under the
100,000.
proposed, it's 15 on the assistants.
on page 131?
Yes, ma'am, it's 1,500. It shows that we added $500 to it.
Which line are you talking about? Because I thought it said 1,000 also. Oh,
It's
assistant
that-
program. I hear
The assistance
499.
program under 499,
Yeah,
assistance
499. It
program.
used to be
Oh,
1,000,
okay,
now it's
I'm on
15. Okay, now it's
820. Oh, down there. All right, I was looking up here.
15. Yeah, me too.
And
Oh,
that,
the
That's the
revenue.
revenue.
Yeah.
that is the money that I can use for my emergency assistance, $50 in lieu of what Good Sam's or somebody pays for utilities. Or if I have a little bit extra money saved up, I do the fans or the blankets. That's the money. That's
Okay.
where that money comes from.
Okay.
Any other questions on this one?
Then, Jackie, do I need to go over any of the hotel motel or venue? Because you have any requests on the hotel motel? I do not have any of those.
I haven't received all of them, but we can go over them. Alma has worked up the revenues, and on hotel motel actually is anticipating about we budgeted a 6% increase. I have filled in prior to getting requests on a lot of these, just what they normally get. So without any increases.
What page is that on?
57.
57. I did receive a request for an increase to $20,000 from the Cultural Arts District. I did not record that. Thought I'd bring that up to y'all and see if you wanted to increase that.
Well, I did want to talk about this because I believe in the past, the Center for the Arts and the Maritime Museum have averaged about 4% of what was projected.
Yeah.
And so for 2022, and I think they're doing very good work, I would like to recommend that amount go up to 19,000 for each.
We do that on a percent basis.
Right, and that's
And
4%.
if y'all want to change, it should be.
No, that if you take 4% of what you're proposing, it would be a little more than 19,000. I just rounded to 19,000.
Okay.
Did you not?
I
say
think
that?
what she's saying, no, I just put exactly what we had last year. I
It
could,
should have
I
been
could
up.
change that to the 19%,
Okay.
19,000. If it's more, they'll get more than that because Alma does distribute that on a percentage basis. So if the revenues are lower, they'll get a lower amount. If the revenues are higher, then they'll get the higher amount. But
I know we do this every year, but I'm kind of the feeling that maybe we should put a cap. Whether we give a percentage, because it seems like with the home rentals that are coming in that we're creeping up all the time. And for some time I've had a problem that the amount of money, all of our money is collected outside of any city limits.
Mhm.
But a large part of what we give is spent in downtown Rockport. And I don't have a problem with that, but I think that we ought to be looking for things to do and maybe even polling the people that we collect from to see what's their opinion on what we should be spending the money on.
Do we get a list of what the city gives? Because that's kind of in line with what you're talking about. They're getting from the city also, which they're collecting the hotel motel tax, not us.
That'd be good information, but I don't really see that that's relevant to what we give.
Oh,
I mean,
Yeah, the
that's
city,
not-
the
I know they
city
give
does
a
theirs different.
considerable amount to the Chamber of Commerce.
The
Yeah, they give
city-
over
The
350,000,
city
I
does
think.
theirs different where they don't
Mhm.
give directly
Right.
to the individuals like we do. And I mean, we give a 50,000 to the chamber, but the chamber doesn't advertise for a specific business where the money that we give to them, they're advertising for the museum, the arts and specifically.
so what
But
what would you put as a cap then?
I don't know, and maybe that's a couple years off, but we thought for a long time that we would eventually lose ours as a city annex, but now with the annexation laws, it looks like maybe that won't happen. But I just think we need to be thinking about that, not necessarily in this budget, but I would like for you to send some type of questionnaire out to people that pay us hotel, motel, and venue money to, basically saying this is what we currently.
They don't really pay us, they collect it, but we get, I mean, it's a tax, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, they collect it for us, bring it in.
But the people are
But
coming
the
here
people that are
for,
staying here are staying outside the city limits. So I would like to know that people that we're getting the tax from are using what we're giving the money to. Not just that we like those groups, but if the people that are paying us the money, if that's not something that they enjoy, it just seems to me like.
So have them question the guest
No,
as
just
to what they
send
visit?
out a mail out to the people that collect and pay in money saying, okay, this is what we currently spend hotel motel money on.
Just kind of ask what.
What's
they're
your
doing.
opinion? Do you have suggestions of other things? I had one tell me, one of the ones I didn't want to hear, so we need some more boat ramps. I just, oh, no,
Right.
that's a hole to pour money in there. But, just get some idea from the people that are collecting. I mean, it's a lot of,
Well, actually, when you said boat ramps, I must say a good percent of the people come down here to fish and not go
Yeah.
to the museum,
A
but
whole lot
not,
of them are gonna say, I'd
no
really rather you spend money
fishing.
on boat ramps than the aquarium or whatever.
nothing, none of the money is being used to promote any of the, there's nothing. What would you
Yeah.
promote for fishing? What would you
but
pay?
I would
hotel
just like
motel
to
for?
see some input from the people in the area that we collect from as to what they think we should do with the money.
How are we collecting from like Aransas Pass new annexation area? Because there's a lot of Airbnb or there are some that and they're developing. Well, how do we account for that to go back towards Aransas Pass?
Francis Path.
Did the annexation go?
Get anything in.
Well, we will. If the annexation stands,
That cuts
Then we
8%.
won't get
That
it.
cuts 8%. It's being Francis Path.
It's in the city, we don't get it anymore. It goes to the city.
And,
that's true.
I'm not quite sure of the area, but there's a lot of houses in City by the Sea, Palm Harbor.
Yeah,
Is all those in the annexation?
No.
No. So
not the
Is
moment.
the current, since they annexed, but we're contesting it, are we currently collecting those hot funds or is the city of Aransas Pass currently collecting?
no, we do currently
Okay, so they won't get it until the annexation lawsuit is over one way or another.
until it's come, yeah.
Yeah.
When it's in the city limits, they get the 8%.
Right.
And I don't think it's gonna hurt us if it doesn't include those subdivisions.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at the map, but I don't
But I'm
think it would
just
hurt
saying, I'd
us.
like for you or whoever to prepare some type of a mail out to those people to send out and get input.
We
as
could do
to
that.
If they're happy with what we're doing with it, or do they have suggestions that would entice more people to stay in their area where we get the tax from and
I could do that,
whatever.
no problem.
I have a question, not about hotel motel, but about healthcare sales tax.
Okay,
It's on page 111. Under services and charges, could you just explain, since I'm the new person, utilities, healthcare facilities, what's involved in that, and health facilities subsidy?
the health facility subsidy, that's South Texas Family Planning, which is get approved for their monthly rental that we supplement them for.
Okay.
The utilities of the healthcare facilities, that includes, Jackie, help me here, I think that's MHMR, Building.
Yes, yes.
the utilities on the MHMR building.
Mhm.
Okay. And the ambulance services, we just assist with their expenses to keep them here in the
We
county?
have a
Contract.
subsidy that we give them. yes.
Okay.
On 776, on that's, is that gonna be changed from code 3 to 24/7?
Well, it should be zeroed out.
No, it's zeroed out.
zeroed out.
Okay.
It's zeroed out. It's
So
just,
you'd go ahead and delete that since hopefully we're not gonna have anything on that line again.
Sometimes they're. hard to
yes, but
delete.
because I have to keep it in the budget right now because of
Those cycle
the
out.
years, it has to cycle out.
Okay.
So included also on this budget will be anything that, I don't know where we're going with the other hospital, part,
Medical services
yeah, the medical
facility.
services. So keep that in mind that that'll be added to it, whatever is decided on that.
And on that, are we contemplating some kind of subsidy for the
Not this year,
building?
not this year.
But when we put out that RFP, we basically dangled $1 million or so a year in front of potential proposals.
Yeah.
But isn't the money that we dangled there
For
that
indigent.
it still has to be somebody
Right.
Or are they still gonna have to come to Alma's office or
Yes.
somebody's going to
Yes.
do the paperwork
Yes.
on them and they're just gonna provide the service?
Right.
They're just a provider,
Or
just like,
normally you might pay a number of doctors that money.
right,
It's-
So whatever
we're gonna
service
try to
comes
make it
in.
Go to that, to that facility.
right. So we keep our indigent eligibility and everything over here, and they'll be a provider for whatever, whoever comes in, whatever services they provide. We can't promise them 100% exclusive because they may not offer everything that somebody needs. You
So
know,
if they, unless they actually increase services that the county offers to indigents, it should be budget neutral. But they may, and whoever comes in may just be more aggressive about offering services to indigents. We just don't know.
but
until we
I'm
spend
pretty
it.
sure the $1 million that was, if y'all want to call it dangled out there, that is, okay, so healthcare sales tax will put into the indigent healthcare program the mandated expenditures every year. So as you well know, we don't spend it all. So it has accumulated. So basically, we will at some point move what is in excess in the indigent healthcare back to the healthcare sales tax so that you can't really promise the indigent healthcare to fund the medical services because the indigent healthcare program is for medical expenses only. So that's where that million, it just needs to go back over to healthcare sales tax, and healthcare sales tax will support whatever
How
is
much have
decided
we
on.
accumulated and not spent over the years?
Because
How much, I'm asking?
were we at 1.5 million,
Mm,
1.7
Anticipating probably by the end of this year, we'll have like 1.7 million.
So something that I've never quite understood. So let me try to understand now. I've heard it described as mandatory, but we don't spend it. What are the rules for what we're supposed to make it available, but then if nobody actually claims it, it reverts back and we can spend it on something else, or how does that work?
So on the healthcare sales tax rules, what we're mandated to spend is 8%. And when I bring in my monthly reports on the indigent, I always talk about 1%.
Right.
If we're mandated to spend 8% of our gross tax levy through the tax office.
But we don't actually spend
Up
that.
to, you mean?
So we actually will budget transfer that amount every year.
I know what I'm
So-
asking is if it's mandated, but we don't spend it, what do we mean by mandated exactly?
It goes back to reserves. And
We're,
We have to spend 8%.
expected to spend that much. And so if we
And
get,
if we don't, what happens?
if we don't, the money, the money has been moved, so it's sitting there. We can spend more than what is mandated, but when I get
Just talking
close,
about up to the mandated amount. There's an amount that's mandated, but we don't actually spend it. So what does it mean that it's mandated? We're required to do it, but we don't do it. So what happens?
Well, I'm sorry, isn't it, we're required to spend that much up to that much
that.
before they will reimburse us.
Okay. So
yes,
the-
which
They're
that
not- there's a
reimbursement does not
reimbursement.
exist. I'll tell you
We're
that.
not actually required to do it. It's just we wouldn't.
That
get a
we won't get
reimbursement.
reimbursed until
Got
we
it.
spend that.
But the money that's not spent, that's in the reserves,
It's still sitting in the
what
indigent
can you
healthcare.
do with that?
Pardon?
What can you do with that?
We can keep spending more than, we can keep spending on medical expense if it comes in, but it's not coming in.
Can you ever spend it for anything else?
No, it should go back to healthcare sales tax
So it's
where it
just-
came from.
So it
When it
just-
goes back to healthcare sales tax, what does that mean? Can we ever spend it on anything? Or is
Then
this
y'all
medical
decide
it's
to
just
spend it
permanent-
on
it's
whatever.
permanently in reserve in case we get qualifying claims for medical services for indigents?
Or
it just-
say if we had something else like COVID, we could spend it on. Something
That
like
would be under healthcare sales tax because there again, to
Well,
be to pay out an
I don't
indigent,
think
you
we're
have to
grasping-
qualify.
I don't think you're getting it across to us, the meaning of, you
Right.
got this money in the fund, you pay the people that apply and qualify.
Right.
You have money left in that fund. What are some of the things that it could be spent for that maybe something will come up?
Only the medical expenses that are
Indigent.
brought in
Or
by somebody that
somebody is-
qualifies, that's all. In that program, that's kind of what I'm trying to say.
I mean, even 10 years from now, unless somebody has showed up who's indigent and has qualifying medical expenses, we can never spend that money.
Well, what we're talking about is moving it back into healthcare sales tax.
When you
It's-
move it back in, then what can you spend it on?
anything that qualifies for,
Like
but
what?
it's like medical stuff, like the COVID that he's talking about, you should
Okay,
be
it wouldn't
able
have to be
do.
indigents, but it would have to be.
It wouldn't
medical.
have to be indigent, but it would have to still qualify as an expenditure under the healthcare sales tax
So
on what
Could
would,
that be
just
like
like
a?
we do
The,
with
the
insurance.
explanation in the statute for healthcare sales tax expenditure is very, very simple. It said for community health things.
Okay, so like
That's
for our
basically
new,
all it says.
for a new facility that we're hoping to get. There's potentially $1.5 million sitting in there. We might be able to move over to that.
Right, just like we
Mhm.
support the ambulance and the Halo flight and
Okay.
this and that and the other.
I
It's
think
all
that's what-
medical, community medical
I
related
think that's what we're looking for is maybe some kind of a list of what other people do with it.
with
I
healthcare
mean,
sales tax.
Maybe there might be something that we don't think of that it could be used for.
A lot of counties do the healthcare sales tax.
Ambulance, Halo, medical facility.
Well, we actually
We're
expanded
one of the
it.
few counties that have healthcare sales tax because I know at one of the conferences, and the reason is Judge Wendell, when it was created, grabbed a hold of it because most of the time cities have taken it all.
Mhm.
Because
Yes,
you
the
have a
sales tax.
maximum level, we're one of
Right.
the few counties in the state that have it.
And so we do also support our mosquito control. We do support payment of one of the employees' environmental health for health issues. So I think we're pretty broad at what we do spend it on.
So could we actually had a request for something like this? Maybe you could look into this. Somebody that has insurance, but it won't pay for an ambulance ride. Or, I mean, I'm assuming our money goes to pay for the people who don't have insurance. I mean, maybe that's a useful benefit for the citizens of the county, that there's something else connected with ambulances that we fund to relieve the,
And that is probably why we fund the ambulances for people that can't
well,
afford to pay them.
I had
So
somebody call me that had insurance, but the ambulance wasn't in their system and the ride was $2,400. And
in the indigent program, no, but in the healthcare sales tax,
well,
maybe
I'm
there's
just saying,
something we could
if
create a
have that much
program.
money in there, to me, there's probably that and other things that we could use the money for to help the public that
Right,
Even
especially if
if
it's been
it-
piling up for years, we need to be thinking about.
yeah, I don't.
Well, there could be a program,
program,
some kind of a program set up for that with qualifications
Yeah.
that are not as strict as the indigent.
Why don't you try to look into things like that? I mean, I think just like our surplus, it's a good idea to set what you think the maximum needs to be, and then what's over that, looking for some useful benefit to the citizens of the county to use that,
Another way that
some of
as
that money.
as far as the ambulance would be is to work with them. And, like I say, we're supplementing them because they do have a lot of people that don't pay and whatnot. And we want to keep them here. So another way of handling that same situation would be to work an agreement with them, where if somebody really couldn't pay, it's okay because we're supporting them.
Yeah.
Kind of like
Well, why
maybe
don't-
some more of them
I
a
would
little more.
suggest that you look at and give us some idea of other things that we might pay to help people that live in the community that, I mean, if we got
Okay.
the money there, it's kind of crazy to let it sit there forever and ever.
Okay.
Okay, somebody that billed for ambulance, you talking about just anybody that.
Come up with some guidelines or something. I mean, I'm just suggesting that's a possibility because I had somebody call me about. And so if somebody that had insurance that didn't pay for it, or that you might pay some portion of it, or that's just because I heard of something like that.
You could probably have some kind of a program similar to like an employee medical,
All right. we're
Pat
getting
might can help me with a
almost into
medical
15
plan or
minutes.
something.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying,
Let's go.
how about you looking at things? 'Cause
Okay.
I think that it's not good to leave a really large amount of money
Okay.
just sitting there.
One other thing, I'm helping John Kroll with the veterans assistance.
Yes. we need to talk
Um,
About that.
He was going to come in here, and if y'all need to ask him questions, you
Uh,
can, but basically, I had discussed with the judge, maybe putting $300 into a he gets some money from the VFW sporadically. He doesn't have a lot of expenses because his main goal is to get people to where they can claim the benefits from the VA, which are there. But in the meantime, they may need gas in their car to get the corpus to fill out the paperwork or whatever, or they may need just a grocery cart, a food or something. So in the past, he just hands them $20 bill. Well, you don't know what they spend it on. So my assistance department has agreed to handle that money for him and say if he needed somebody a tank of gas, they would actually go over with a P card next door or wherever, let him fill out the car, swipe the card and go against his, it'd be at his discretion, but we would help him.
And you're putting that in the assistance department budget?
I don't know how Jackie wants to do it.
Right now, we've got it in the Veteran Services Department.
Yeah.
And,
We added $300 under miscellaneous for those type of expenses.
okay.
And
Can you
then
see
there
what that
could be
page number
the
is?
consideration of having a second part-time person, but I'm not quite sure if we want to go there to help him out.
Does he send veterans that need medical
I've
stuff
never
to you?
seen-
Does he know?
We haven't had a Veterans Affairs person work as hard as John works,
Oh, yeah.
in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As you know, he has some health issues. He suffered from his service for our country. And now he's just been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease also. So he wants to work until he can't work. But I think he needs some help because
Well, it would be good to have, a clerk or something here when the courthouse is open to deal with veterans. Because I do know from experience that it's sometimes hard to catch him, or if you call him, he's real busy. And sometimes they just need somebody to talk to. So I would support that.
Are you suggesting, Judge Mills, aid in terms of the salary or aid in terms of staff?
staff.
Yeah.
Another
He
part-time?
can't, he can't make any more money than he's making.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else for me?
Thank you,
The
Emma.
thing on the staff on that, we need to come before the court, but I would think that's something that we need to look at relatively soon.
Yep.
Do we still have that floater position in HR?
I don't know. Well, yes, we have it, but it's been staying pretty busy.
And that person doesn't move around a lot.
Okay.
Oh,
Did you put it under miscellaneous?
the 300, yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Alma.
Flip you.
Let's go to long-term recovery, John. He's not.
John,
What page is John on long-term? recovery?
Long-term recovery is. Get down here and find it. 107 is what I'm showing.
107 is she?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, under project manager. he said, but that's,
Yeah, this is long-term recovery. Of course I do, John.
Here we go, 118.
I know.
Jackie's.
No, it's juvenile case.
Still funded- It's still funded by the percentage we're
Yes,
Getting
sir.
from-
We have started getting some of that money in. It's slow, but we are starting to get some revenue in on those. But that's what this is proposed to
107.
actually.
And you're moving staff around, John?
We're down to a few people left on the team. Kim Faust is on the team, myself. Deanna Spruce, I think, is being funded. And
Deanna's is on non-departmental. She is
Non-departmental.
not in long-term recovery.
Okay,
How about Jennifer?
in general.
Jennifer's salary is split between long-term recovery and pathways.
Pathways.
What, you mean it is now or it's about to be?
No, I believe we changed, it's for January.
It'll be on the
January, but
agenda
it
for
is in
Monday.
this budget. I mean, we haven't made the change. It will become effective January. So Jennifer's is still in here. Jennifer and
Kim,
Kim
Kim.
are in the, up to the projected on 2021. The proposed 2022 is of 40% of Jennifer's and Kim's.
Say that again. I know that.
2022 is 100% Kim Faust and 40% Jennifer Hurd.
So Kim's not, we're not moving Kim over to pathways. Kim stays in long-term.
Kim stays in long-term
Yeah.
recovery. She's not in pathways.
and professional services under long-term, John, what would that include?
I'm assuming that professional services would be for like if we had to go out for outside counsel or stuff like
To
that.
hire a lawyer, do some work.
We've had to have some surveys and some other things and some attorney's fees.
Part of the
That go
grant
into that.
processes.
Happy birthday, John.
Oh, thank you.
You know, I had that on my calendar to do that too. Pat beat me.
We gotta stop counting. It's getting up there.
Cecil's right behind you, bud.
Yeah, I know. 2 weeks from now.
All right,
And the grant administration fees are what we have proposed above what we think we're paying to GrantWorks, or that includes what's going to go to GrantWorks?
No, this is just what we are eligible for between the projects, the percent that we're getting and FEMA. Projecting that we should have.
But if we didn't get it, wouldn't that money go to grant work?
Yes.
That would say something.
Yes, they did reduce
negotiated.
their fees to give us the percentage.
Right.
Yeah.
In the contract, they reduced their fees to give the county a percentage, yes.
And have y'all done anything, I mean, looking at the grants that we feel comfortable we're gonna get, what the prospective revenue from that might be?
We do have a list of what is projected that we may have. But it depends on the grants because a lot of the grants were not, it was not in the contract. We do have FEMA. We have about almost $3 million that has been obligated by FEMA. So it's a matter of us being able to, as I told y'all at the last meeting, having the time to do all the paperwork to claim that money. But it's sitting there waiting for us. It's just a
FEMA's
matter
the
of getting
only
it.
one that we get the fee off of.
We get a direct fee off.
Mostly on those, the street grants and stuff, we do get it, but on the other, for FEMA, it's going to be anybody that worked on any of these projects. So, and we've got, some pretty good sized projects that we can go back and get funds off of.
And when those funds come in, are they going into the long-term recovery fund? Or are they
Yes,
going
ma'am.
elsewhere?
We planned on funding that and then we'll put some in general fund to cover our employee also.
In the auditor's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
any other questions on long-term recovery?
Under, are you going to talk about pathways later?
We are going to talk about
Okay.
pathways. Jennifer, that's going to step up.
Later,
here.
yeah.
All right.
Any other question on long-term recovery? Okay, John, I'm gonna give you a minute, so I called Doc up here and get him back out on the road. Okay. Doc, come on up. Doc, nothing's changed on, well, I said nothing's, only thing changed on yours is need for a vehicle, is that right?
Yes, Judge.
And after you and I talked, I got to thinking, and now that the sheriff's here, I'll ask him the difference in price, maybe, you know, the difference in price between a Durango and a pickup truck?
Pickups, these might run us a little bit less. Durango's, ran it up 40 grand. And that's not- that hit with the price on it. Pickups, better.
Well, I'm just thinking, you know, he said the car is not doing well in the territory he travels in because of the road conditions. And Durango was his first thought, but I'm thinking maybe a pickup truck would even be better. With that,
Either way would be good. The only thing with a SUV is I carry a lot of papers
Mhm.
to serve and all. I've got to have room to have those
but the
and everything.
the
But
pickup truck would be
if we have four-door
four-door
pickup, then
yeah,
yeah.
crew cab or whatever you call them. Okay.
So that was the expense
Your
in
vehicle's
of
7 years
48,000?
old?
Yes, and we just spent almost $4,000 on it in the last 3 weeks. There's one other
Yeah.
$1,700 bill coming in or $1,800 bill coming in from Friday.
What kind of issues have you had?
All kinds.
Everything.
Air conditioner, transmission and not even the whole transmission, just the fluid was burnt.
Do
The
you,
air-
do you
the-
normally budget for like you build up a capital fund and then plan on spending later, or you just sort of budget in the year that the
We budget
expense
it.
hits?
Yeah, we just budget for that year. We don't, I don't know about building up any fund or anything. But we've had a lot of problems with it this year and I'm having to use my vehicle, which I just cracked my windshield Thursday using my truck to go serve papers. And I've put over, to give you an idea, I probably used my pickup in the last 3 years that we've had a lot of issues with the car, probably in the neighborhood of about well over 3,000 miles because I looked at my taxes things. Probably almost about close to 4,000 miles.
What are we doing? What's happening with Charlie's car while he's?
It's
It's at a shop somewhere is the only thing that I keep hearing from the county bond.
No, they should have picked it up.
And-
already.
it's at Road and Bridge now. It has been in the shop in Corpus for God knows how long.
Long time. But it hadn't run a whole lot in the last year and a half, almost 2 years now. So I can imagine there's going to be probably a lot of same problems with it. We just had to replace also one of the things was the mirror, probably left over from the storm. The motor went out, but also the deals that hold the glass actually in the thing straight and everything, they were all rotted.
Yeah.
So when they went to go change the motor, everything went out. Well, everything broke. So they had to put a whole new mirror assembly thing on there, which is a black color, which looks better than the original color, but that was just part of the
See
thing.
where we get out of, gotta have something to serve papers in.
Yeah, I think
But last year, I think we spent several $1,000s on it too. We were having problems when it was so dry. The dust on the dirt roads and the trailer parks, especially ones in the Aransas Pass we go to constantly to serve stuff. It was sucking it up into the venting system for the gas. And that was what, $2,800 once or twice and $1,800 another time. But it's also the downtime. When this car goes down this year already, this car's been down 6 weeks.
Wow.
And we're only in the 6th month of this year.
I don't think any way out of not getting you a vehicle, so I think we need to look into the cost of a pickup truck instead of a Durango. I think it'd be
The only,
better served.
yeah, the only good thing about the Durango that like the back hood thing would go up and then when it's raining, we can actually have somewhere to stand when we're serving somebody something. Also, but a truck would work fine too. We just need to have something that's higher up than the car. I've had that thing stuck over 10 times. The last quote was $400 to come out and pull it out. $450 actually from Tillis out there. Luckily, the landlord from the place that we were evicting people out of latched onto it and pulled it out.
Okay.
But I ran into the same problem with my pickup getting stuck at a location out there and we ran into the same problem. And then I'm out that money as well as now I've already had to buy a windshield last year. And now I've got a ding on and another one, but also 2 tires I've cut going into some of these places. But
All right.
a lot of times when we turn into mileage, it just doesn't barely covers the gas sometimes.
Okay, well, we'll certainly have to look into getting you a vehicle. All right,
That it?
any other questions for
Any
Doc?
other?
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, let's go back to project manager.
Are we going to pathways or what are we going
What
to?
page are we
Project
going to
manager.
now?
Pathways is 64. It's fund not 295.
Let's talk about pathways.
The fund number is 295.
So the increase in the salary is because you said a portion is coming out of long-term recovery and coming over to pathways?
Yes, ma'am.
Some parts of it coming out of pathways.
So how much of your time are they putting there, Jennifer? Did he say 40% or 60%?
60.
Or 60%.
60% is going to pathways.
She's, because of John's schedule, I've asked Jennifer to take on more responsibility in pathways. She's more or less running the program with a little supervision from John.
And then you're still anticipating 13,000 for a temp employee?
And we put that in the budget every year, but we have not ever used it.
Okay. And then 20,000 for promotional activities?
Yes.
And what's that including?
With that, so that'll be all your advertisements. That stuff is, we took it out after Harvey, but that's the stuff where we advertise in magazines and other places, the rack cards, events, things that we do to promote pathways.
Maps too.
Maps, that's the rack cards, we call them. Those go out to all your text dot entrances into the state. It's also with magazine advertisements that we put to promote pathways. So that 20,000, what we did was we took it basically out after Harvey, but last year we had I'm very surprised, we had a banner income from the venue tax. And so it was a good time to turn around and put the budget back to where it was prior to Harvey and add some things that we needed to add to it.
John, I think I talked about this before. Have we come up with any way that we can judge how many people we think are going to each one of the sites?
I don't know how we do that.
And my question was, are there sites that very few people go to that maybe we would be better served to close that site down and create a different one? Or that
we have sites that
or
probably don't get the traffic that we would like. One being Holiday Beach. I don't know if very many folks go to the Holiday Beach site. It was purchased at a relatively, we bought it for under $500, I think, the land. We built a deck and we maintain it. We keep the grass cut, trash and stuff like that. Ivy Lane probably doesn't have as much activity as we wish it would. We do, I know we had a meeting yesterday with Tom and Dee, talk about ways of revigorating pathways. Holiday Beach needs more promotion. It's a great venue. It's kind of tucked away back there, but it's a great walk-in venue and it's a great nature venue. And so I mean, for what the money we're spending on it, it isn't a whole lot of money. If we promote it right, or we get better activity levels in there. I know that they've had bird walks and things like that in there.
You know,
Henderson
something you
Habitat.
might think of, and I just have to think of it. There, and I don't remember the name of it, the chamber, there's somebody doing this game where.
Oh, yeah,
Geocache.
Geocache.
Okay, so maybe you could put some of them at those sites, you don't get much traffic.
That is
If
exact.
people find them, maybe they'll start going there.
That's already being done. On how many sites do we have?
I think we have 2 so far.
2 so far. It has geocaches. Part of it is that, like, let's take Henderson Habitat. Henderson Habitat was a project that was presented to me when I first came on. It's just down the street here, but it's traveled more by our locals versus tourists. But part of it is that we planned a project to bring a trail that would come around from the pavilion through Shell Creek, back around and over to Henderson Habitat, through Henderson Habitat. If the trail was there, then we'd be bringing a lot more people down through the project. But we run out of bond money. So we have $100,000 left to spend on the bond, and that's it. So we've got to be more creative about ways we raise the income or raise the match fund so we can go for grants to do these projects.
Well, I think anytime we do a pathways project,
Mhm.
one of our main considerations would be, would local people go there?
Local
That's
people go
something for
there.
them to do, so. I mean, it's get paid through from venue, but providing something for
Right.
local people to do too.
I would say, you asked the question, how do you know how many people are coming? I don't know how we do that other than, we ask. And part of what I used to do when I would go visit the sites is if I saw a guest at the site, I ask them where they're from. And introduce myself, ask them where they're from, find out if they're from, and you'd be surprised on where these people are coming from. We have people from Canada and not just Canada, but the East Coast, West Coast, all that stuff.
Maybe you could put something like trail cameras or something. I just think if we're not tracking that people are using the sites, we're not doing what we ought to do. Whether you get some trail cameras or
Mhm.
something like that when people get there, that I know I have one. My son's got some property that I deer hunt on. It comes right to my phone.
So you know who's going on your property.
And the picture comes up, what's there or whatever, but they're not real expensive.
Mhm.
And, for $100, $150 a piece, you could have something that would come to your computer or whatever.
So when they
And
drive
look
in
at
the
pictures
driveway
when
or
somebody
something like
drives
that,
up, You
click
see
it.
what they look like or whatever.
And that would be a good longitudinal study too.
Sure.
Over several years. I know like Ivy Lane, that little park there,
Mhm.
there's a lot of locals use that
Sure.
in their walking paths and everything like
Yep.
that, but, that would be in all of them. I think Mr. Cashline's exactly right. It'd be good to do that. And, you wouldn't have to leave them up in the same place all the time. Like, people do Ivy Lane early spring, to early summer.
Mhm.
And then they stop because it's so hot.
Right.
And then start again in the fall, and the kayak areas and
They get used a lot.
yeah, especially like the what's it, the Connie Hager and the Castro property, during the bird season. That'd be really interesting to see.
In Connie Hager they have a 501c3 that organized like the History Center. And that group over there has turned and became very active they're doing a monthly cleanup over there that Deanna promotes for them and participates in. But they're active now. Castro, we lost the base over there. So we're putting together, that's what the meeting was yesterday, is how do we lost a lot of people from the storm and other reasons. So the volunteer base that used to go into there and made that place exciting has kind of disappeared. So now we got some new folks that are interested in pathways. And so what we're doing is we're going to reorganize these things. And so we get a better promotion
Yeah, and that's,
of the venues.
that's going to be an ongoing management issue,
Sure it is.
as long as we have for all the parks. you know.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah.
The one thing I will tell you is if I get the count on the Facebook page and I get the count on the website, and the hits on the websites and the Facebook pages are, we're talking thousands per year. So people are seeing it and they're looking at it. And the plan is to pull another event on in September, right into Hummerfest week. Do another one of our events where we're going to draw people to town a day earlier than they normally would have come.
I wonder what it costs. And I haven't been on it in a while, but there's a network you can go online and pull up cameras like you see on the news. That
Mhm.
You have the camera that's on top of the Maritime Museum. They show in the news all the time.
Right.
There are
TV.
sites on there that you can go to beaches all over the world or different sites.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm probably a calling question, what it costs to put something like that somebody
ignoring
could
you.
go online and
That's called the You Can't Hide
look
program.
look around, look around stuff around town or the county and say, hey, let's go there.
Mhm.
You know,
So to go back to the budget, we put back the budget for promotion to get us back into the papers, in the magazines and things like that. I mean, after Harvey, our revenue cut down, by a third, maybe more than a third, maybe half. And so what we're doing now is we've recovered from Harvey. As far as that is concerned, COVID was a surprise that we thought we're going to have revenue cut to practically nothing because nobody was coming, but that wasn't the case. Revenue went up by $50,000 from the best year we ever had. So
Because they had to be outside. People had to be outside, and that was a
Yep.
good thing.
So now we're going
well, and a
to,
lot of the increase, I think Alma didn't really talk about it, but the RBOs, so many people like say
Airbnbs.
are renting houses because they don't want to they want to just be with their family and not necessarily be around other people in the hotel.
That's true.
Wires has jumped from that.
So when we're also in this budget, we're addressing the issue of the bridge is going to be repaired and we found some rot on the bridge. York Bridge is going to be here come late September. And they're going to come in and they're going to take the bridge completely apart and they're going to rebuild it. But they're going to put it back with composite decking and composite rail cap. So it won't rot anymore. So what we're put in this budget for 2022 is to do the remaining ramps and with composite decking and rail caps. So the whole thing will be done completely and it'll weather the storm a lot better. I guess Texas summers and takes its toll, even though we've stained the bridge twice. And there's general maintenance and some upkeep and stuff like that. The History Center is a 100-year-old building. We got money to spend to keep that thing in good shape.
What else is on your John?
Anything else for John or Jennifer? All right.
Thank you.
Can we take a short break?
Sure. Take a little break. page column. Just so I know.
Well.
Andy,
That's right. Page 7.
Page 7.
some of these pages are not
Yeah.
in where the number is.
Uh-huh.
No, that is,
That happens
Yeah.
every year.
well, let's play.
I guess it was a past
It was me
auditor that
adding-
we finally got tabs on.
Yeah.
Added
It's about 10
pages
years.
and all that stuff. I will get you
I
tabs.
still don't see I'm still not on 7. It's a lot farther.
That's right up.
It's real close to the front.
I know, but I'm looking at how many pages you got.
Page 7.
About 10 pages from it.
I see where it is, but they're not all on the same.
Um,
I see.
They never put all that stuff together.
There's 9, there's
They
8.
make us look
We know right where it is.
it's like a treasure hunt.
Are you gonna tell us something or you would
Oh,
respond to questions?
well, I was waiting for y'all to all get on the page. If y'all, I wasn't sure you were ready for me.
Maybe mine.
I didn't want to start talking.
I think you're gonna have to grasp control of the meeting.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not changing much. My maintenance line item has gone up because we have added more equipment, more servers, more warranties, more things to pay for on a recurring maintenance agreement. My capital outlay, I'm continuing some of my projects to upgrade our Wi-Fi, upgrade our end-of-life network equipment, and my continual rotation out of old machines and computers. Those are really the only big capital outlay expenses I'm asking for. I haven't changed much. I do give money back every year, both through things that just don't happen in that year. Run out of time, run out of ways to get things done. Just so
Colin, do you have a schedule by which you replace the computers or
we do.
you just replace them when they go down?
We do replace them. We try to get at least 5 years out of a machine that someone is using on a daily basis. Then we'll rotate those machines into like public kiosk machines or library public use machines and things like that, and get a few more years out of them if we can throw a couple of parts in them, couple $100 of parts. We'll get a couple of computers going for another couple of years, but where they're not so much working great in an office, constant use, but they'll work for someone who just wants to check their email in the library, fill out a form or print something online, basic use. So we do try to get at least 5 years out of machine, and that's our typical rotation on them. Laptops are about the same rotation, and we do about 20 of them each year. Try to buy at least 20 to 25 machines and get them replaced each year out of a fleet of probably about 200.
And so the maintenance agreements are just for
The
that
maintenance
equipment?
agreements is covering critical warranties for the server. So equipment goes down, we can get parts replacements for it without large out-of-pocket expenses. Our software agreements for like Odyssey, Encode, the software that runs a lot of the network hardware and switches, they all have, if you don't pay for them, you don't get the security patches for this hardware. So we have security updates for all of that maintenance agreements. That is another capital expense I'm looking to do, is to upgrade our firewall for the 2022 budget. So that is also included in this budget. So
Colin, I think we need a drastic improvement on our webpage. Have you looked into that?
I have looked into it over the last couple of years, and I had in previous budgets put it in. I did not put it into this one because I wasn't sure which direction we wanted to go on things. I would say it would probably be at minimum about $30,000 in custom development and consulting fees for someone to come in and kind of look at what we got, sit down and meet with every department, and and really
I would
figure-
suggest, why don't you look at that pretty good right now? Because maybe on this American Rescue money, maybe we can, if it'll let us, maybe we can fund something like that
We'll find out tomorrow.
tomorrow when we,
We'll check.
Yeah,
when the meeting will be in.
And you're talking about consulting fees. I understand that are coming in to it, but for us to really do a good website, it's probably going to have an employee.
And that was my next thing is we would probably want someone full-time that
Well, the
would-
worst thing you can do is go to a website and get outdated information.
outdated information, grammar issues, broken links. That'll make someone not go to your website. They,
But aren't there probably some companies that already do this for?
there are companies
I've looked
that
at some in
do
the past.
that do cookie cutter websites that a lot of counties and stuff use. Most of them are very basic. They don't integrate with any of their software packages. Anything like the public access stuff, you click on a link and you go to another page and it's completely different layout. Things like that is all what's considered user experience. It's what people, if it's not easy, they're not going to go to it. No matter how much information you put out there, they're not going to go to it. They're going to
It's not
call
easy
you.
and it doesn't get their attention.
And exactly.
I just think.
There
we
are
need
a lot of
drastic improvement
websites
in
and
ours if we
companies.
Come up with a way to fund it.
There are a lot of companies out there that do government websites. I would think before we even look down that, we need someone to come in and really sit down and figure out and guide us in the direction of what we want. What do we want our website, our digital presence to look like? Something that can unify the look and feel of how we present to the public through our internet page.
Things like, maybe where we can feature monthly or whatever different website, county websites like the Castro Reserve or this sort of thing where, we can come up because we got the drones, we got all the stuff that we need to do that.
Right.
We just need a person to do it.
Right. We need something to consolidate. We have the social media presence now. We have Facebooks, we have Twitter pages for multiple departments. We have YouTube pages. All of that could be featured through plugins and what's rich media content is what they call it on your web page. So you go to your web page on your homepage, you can have it scrolling through different videos. Oh, here what happened at Castro and have that on your homepage kind of thing. But it's not storing on your web page. It's integrating to YouTube or it's integrating to Facebook and pulling in that information that's being published out there. A lot of our press releases could get,
planning.
if we publish them on our web page, then links to those web pages should go to Facebook and Twitter and things like that, instead of a copy of it being posted on Facebook, a copy being posted on Twitter. You bring everyone back to your central website. Here's the central repository of the information, one place for it. Laserfish integrations where we could put all of our commissioners court minutes and get them in a ordered fashion. Oh, you want to search something from a 1950s meeting because we passed an order. Well, that came up, I don't know, just a couple of years ago. Someone was looking for an old ordinance that we had done. I think it was a abatement issue. Would have been a lot easier to find had we had these interfaces. So
Yeah, because some of those, when you go to digging for them, it's according to the person that filed it at that time, what they thought it ought to go under.
And what acronyms they were using.
this was, I think it would need a committee to sit down and with a consultant to figure out how to build.
We've pretty much got our infrastructure in good shape where it's maintainable.
Right.
I know that'll change whenever we move to the new courthouse to some degree, but I think now's the time to really look at how we can. Rockport has always been about its presence. People come down here and they see the beaches and they go back and tell people. Okay, we need to have something where they can go to it and they can find out that navigation district's building a new Palapas or something, or we got market days or just something that presents not only the county as as an entity,
Right.
But stuff going around, stuff going on around us and I think it'd be well worth the effort.
Kind of a related issue, I get an awful lot of calls from people saying, can you tell me what what regulations I'm gonna have to look at for septic and building, whatever. It's not easy to go, it's not really even possible to go on our website and figure out what the ordinances are, what the rules are, even which department you have to ask. That'd be really great to centralize that somehow.
Right. And that's something where we need a professional kind of teach people, because that is something, the gap between.
Why don't you try to come up with some names for people like that?
Okay.
And
Road and Bridges, the young lady that's doing their LiDAR stuff and everything, she's excellent.
Oh, yeah.
We don't want to swap her out, but
Basically, I tell
But
people,
she
I don't
can
know how to
probably
call
help
Kat.
you.
I mean, that's the only thing to tell them that they can't go on the computer. They just have to call Kat and ask her.
Right. But we definitely need a new webpage. It is something that has been needed. Harvey really opened it up, that getting our information out there.
we don't need
It looks like
Very
it's
difficult.
consensus of the board, but you need to go ahead and get on that.
So then we'll need to figure out which line item to increase for that. But
we're gonna find that in the meeting tomorrow. We won't be able to fund it through that money.
Do you want me to increase like professional services by 30,000?
yeah, I think we can do
And
that.
then we can get reimbursed by whatever that is.
We're gonna we'll find out
ARPA.
more tomorrow.
Yeah, when we bring it back in August, if we do find out that it can be funded, then we could always reduce this down.
And do we want to look at, because we would need someone full-time to be a manager of it.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll talk about that.
We'll That'll be a
First,
later
we'll see about the
conversation.
webpage.
Okay.
Well, find somebody in the auditor's department that has.
Y'all got time, right?
Right.
Speaking of tomorrow, what's the meeting schedule for this week? I just saw the Tuesday schedule.
This
Are
is
we on all
the
week?
only day.
Just today?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So what are we finding out tomorrow?
Bubba and I have a meeting
I
tomorrow.
And Jackie and some of them are meeting with, there's a lady with Grant Works that's supposed to be up on this. What we
American
can use
Rescue
American
Plan.
Rescue money for.
Any other questions for Colin?
No.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
Linda?
I guess. Dog. He won't want me to think of
And I was giving a short rundown of our newest mandate. You want to fill in them all the blanks?
Yes,
All
the,
blanks we know of.
30.
the governor signed into law effective immediately, June 15th, which is a little bit behind. Basically that any SO jailer that is exposed to a communicable disease, the county is responsible for making sure that they continue on their salary, continue all of their benefits. Any expenses that are related to the communicable disease, such as quarantine, including lodging, medical, and transportation, is also supposed to be reimbursed by the county,
And not by the state.
not by the
So do you-
state.
Is there any chance that any of our insurance, either be health insurance or?
Well, when I got
liability insurance?
to looking and thinking about it, our workman's comp should actually kick in and cover most of the expenses.
That's what I'm thinking.
But we will have to cover, the first 7 days we'd get a reimbursement because we have to keep them on the payroll. It's more of a reimbursement situation, so. But
That's just one of many. Come down.
Yeah.
All right,
What else do you have in yours?
what page is she on?
17.
I'm not asking for anything new other than, a step increase for my employees. That's it. Everything else is the same.
see her.
I don't have any question on this, but I have a couple of others. How are you coming on the committee that you were putting together
For the benefits,
for the benefits? And also, I don't know if it's a different committee because like the STEP program,
the policies,
the STEP policy,
well, the policy.
rewriting the deal that we talked about
Mhm.
people that might have worked here for a short time, being able to collect on
Health insurance.
health insurance.
The
and-
policy committee will not meet until we kind of get a little further with the benefits because whatever changes we do with that would affect it. But we are in the process of getting that set up for the first meeting. The benefit committee we did have our first meeting last Monday in the afternoon. And let me pull my notes on that real quick. Sorry. So as far as the insurance portion of it, which for the most part, the committee spent most of the time just discussing possibilities and how they feel about the benefits currently, which everyone in the committee felt that the current benefits is one of the number one draws for people to want to work for the county, and that we do have a good benefit plan. As far as the insurance variances that we talked about as far for financial, most of the committee would very much feel that to increase the employees' cost and make them absorb the entire cost of that increase would be unreasonable for anyone making $15 an hour or less, because it would be very expensive for them to do so, especially if they have dependents, because they're covering that full cost as well. They did feel that the Commissioners Court, they would appreciate if the Commissioners Court would consider the possibility of absorbing the expense, the increase, because of the amount of money that the employees have saved the county over the last couple of years with lower rates and surplus distribution. But if it comes down to that the court feels that we need to make a choice between option C of sharing that increase or option D, changing the retirement or the insurance benefit level, they all felt that option C would be more admirable to take, because the benefits is one of the main reasons people want to come to work for the county. We actually had one individual that very clearly stated that, oh no, I'm sorry, that was a different portion. I'll get to that one in a minute, sorry. So anyways, that's kind of where they stood with the insurance rates. They would prefer to see, if we have to choose between the two lesser of two evils, they'd prefer the split that cost. As far as the retirement insurance, we actually had one employee very clearly, and it was one of our younger employees, that said that having that retirement insurance benefit was one of the reasons they came to work for the county. It was one of the deciding factors as to why they wanted to work for the county. The entire group liked that benefit, but they did feel that we need to modify our policy to add a requirement for employees to work a minimum amount of time to qualify and institute a vesting rule with direct service to Aransas County prior to being able to receive that benefit. And our next meeting is scheduled for July 2nd.
Linda, did they talk about any of the other benefit options that were on the survey
Yes.
that you had done?
Yes, we discussed all of the different benefit options. It was kind of a roundhouse just to see what everybody's thoughts were. Nobody really made any decisions or thoughts as to what they prefer. TCDRS was definitely one that was discussed considerably, and a lot of people did feel that that was something that they were interested in. Vacation was another one that they felt like having to wait 10 years before you get a third week, especially considering a lot of people come in from outside county government and they already have 3 or 4 weeks of vacation. They come here and they have to wait an entire year before they even get 2 weeks. They felt that was kind of unreasonable, but there were no real decisions as to what the committee would like to recommend to the court at this point. Those were the only two we discussed
Thank
so
you.
that we could address it next week.
Who's on your committee?
We have 15 members, various ages, various levels of
But all throughout the,
throughout the county, yes.
Well, the other, like say, the STEP program, to me, some people aren't using it and some people are abusing it. So I think we need to tune it up to,
Well, I agree. It would be very nice and beneficial if we could get everyone on board with doing their performance evaluations on a regular basis. But as you know, I can only do so much to force people.
Well,
So if the court would address, we need people to start following the regulations and do their annual performance evaluations. And
I think, part of being a supervisor, elected or unelected, is evaluating your people.
agreed.
I don't think you should be
Agreed.
allowed a step increase.
And I do have a number of departments that didn't give performance evaluations for years that are now doing that consistently, but it's problematic to get everybody on board with it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you ought to consider a merit type step increase unless you've done, some evaluations that have backed that up.
Exactly.
Rather
Yeah,
than
well,
cross them.
we will not process them unless they do turn in a performance evaluation, but
I think the situation is some department heads or elected officials just aren't giving any evaluations and therefore
Correct.
no one's receiving step increases. But I think what Commissioner Casterline is referring to is some department heads or elected officials are giving the maximum and maybe abusing it, that everybody is deserving of the 3 steps, which is 7.5% increase added to the COLA gives a 10% increase for the year. And there are a couple of situations where employees have received 2 evaluations in this year. But that's something, like he's saying, about the policy committee to discuss, but that's something we also need to look
What
at
is
later
the
on.
current timeframe that's in the manual about the time that you can get steps. I think the limit is 3. Is that in a calendar year or?
It doesn't specify.
yeah.
I think that we should have, it should be a specific time, not calendar year, maybe like 12 months, 8 months, something like that, because you could actually get one, say, in November or December and get another one. And
So are you saying that we want it to state they can only get a step increase or the step increase once a year,
whatever you
or
put as the maximum that you can only
no
get
more
that,
than
or
no more than that within a year?
I'm not so sure when looking at what the dollar amount is for 3, that it shouldn't be 2 as a maximum myself. But I think because I know there's instance where people got as many as 4 in 6 or 7 months.
Yeah, it ought to be based on date of hire, a time frame from date of hire. Because that's whenever your experience really starts.
Well, yeah, but once you've been here a couple of years, that's kind of irrelevant.
Well, but it lets you know when it is that you can be considered. I just think it's a point that you could think.
Sort of on your anniversary date. And actually, that was the way it was done mostly when I was here, not totally, but anyway.
There could be a law, somebody could leave and somebody needs to step up to a different position with more responsibility. That needs to be addressed. But just based on merit, everything, you've got to have a limit.
Like I say, I just think that we need to look close because in my view, it's getting not used and abused on the other end. It's not much in the middle. It's, you think that there's bound to be people, I mean, like we asked Iris this morning and, she's one that they've probably gone for years and never had one. I don't, you don't know if maybe there's turnover and new people or what, but
Yeah.
Not in that department.
Not in that
That
department.
department
Forever.
is stable. There's one new person,
Year.
part-time, but everybody else has been there longer than I started serving.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think that we need to look hard at it and make it where it's a fair.
Okay, we can do that.
Any other questions for Linda?
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Lori?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just moved money around pretty much and still jockeying our budget, our animal or professional service as our adoptions increase. I need to move more money there because spay and neuters have gone up. And the amount of time the animals are staying, of course, because we want to maintain our live release rate, is increased costs in food. So I didn't have a donation this last year like I had to offset this year. The only new monies really would be for our laptops are 10 years old in the trucks. And Colin and I talked about it and we feel it's time for an update. They can't update them anymore. They were used to begin with, but they are 10 years old. So they're
Time to retire.
I think it's time to retire them. It would be like, it's $7,160. But those run real time. So I do know where the girls are. And not necessarily am I notified if they've been there too long. So I kind of watch and see, because I don't want them to get in a situation that they can't call for help if they need it. So I need it to running real time and them have connectivity throughout the day, wherever they're at.
10 years sounds like a pretty long life and that.
They're doing good, but they cut out and then they just can't upload anymore.
This is one you put in the trucks?
Yeah, it's the ones that run in the trucks when they're out in
How
the
long was yours
field.
last year?
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Well, it's just some maintenance things that are starting.
I thought I saw the sheriff squirm.
No, Colin went back and said they're approximately 10 years old. So
Wow.
I think it's time for their safety too, because we have a stick. So if you get into trouble, they need some help.
Right.
You got anything else for me?
Just thank you. And
What's the
with all your
condition?
volunteers and everything, you are doing an excellent job for the
Yeah.
county. I'm sorry that we don't have more room for all the dogs and cats that you need.
Well, we're doing well. They're moving. We have a hearing on Friday. This will be our third cruelty case. This takes a toll on my budget and I've got to figure out some things. These are horses this time. I did lose
Really
one.
sad, but
I lost
these
one
horses'
on
conditions.
Monday. She just didn't make it, but she wouldn't have made it theirs.
Right.
And I did the best I could. So,
Yeah.
but those are going to impact us as well. And I am working with, there's a kind of a seed planted of an Aransas County Animal Alliance. And what they would do is help. They want to help in that kind of situation. Do I need food, extra food? Because I've got 20 days of these horses, which will be up to 6 pounds of pellets at $25 a day. You know, yes, I should recoup those losses from the, whatever you call
Abuser.
her,
yeah, well,
but that doesn't mean I'm going
yeah,
to.
you're not going to. If she wouldn't take care of them, why would she?
I know. So those are some things, a horse trailer, those type of things that this group would be specific items that my budget, we can't, incorporate and use enough.
How many horses are you talking about?
Right now I have 3.
You're looking at how many more?
There was 7 total to start, but they have been removed, so they may not be they weren't part of the warrant. Because I did immediate exigent circumstance because I was afraid they were going to die before I could get them off the property.
That little piece of land that we do have is big enough for 3 horses?
Yeah, close. With additional feed. I did get a round bell from More Than Feed. I do have pellets. We're feeding them twice a day on the vet's recommendation, how much pounds. Dr. Hanselman is working with me out of Victoria.
How much is a round bale?
$40.
That's a pretty cheap one.
It's a cheap one. It's not the best hay, being from Wyoming, it's a little different down here. I'm like, whoa, that looks not very good, but okay. I just do the best we can. I didn't feel at the time, if we see 7, I could support them. I didn't have enough ground to
How
move
often
them.
do you get large animals?
Well, it seems that it's getting closer. I've already had 2 goats this month. It's getting more livestock.
I was just wondering if, like at the airport, back where we did some of the grinding in there, where it's brush and there's quite a bit of grass back in there, what we would have to do to make it, to fence some of that off, but still retain the safety of the airport. You might talk to Mike,
Well,
because
talk to Mike, there's that
some of that
corner
property in there,
too.
there's a lot of grass and stuff back in there that could hold large animals.
But know that they have to have water. So,
Yeah.
and a horse is 5 to 10 gallons a day, that.
But the big
So-
thing might be what kind of fence
Right.
does it take to fence it off for the safety of the airport?
And I think we're going to see more as people are not working. I mean, a horse, that's high maintenance.
That's
Just looking at the
deal.
bills I have, that's not even their Coggins test. I haven't seen the vet bill yet.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to because it's per mile. So
This Animal Alliance group that you're talking about, are they just now forming? or
they're trying to form, actually Rick McLuster gave me the idea. So I had some people that don't want to be involved kind of in either thing. They just want to be a monetary group to raise stuff.
Right.
And that would be their goal. They're working on their bylaws. They've met with the library, kind of like Friends of the Library. They met and they're working on it and see what they can do, but they want to look at items like specific things. So not to impede on either cattails or another chance.
Do you have a name and number yet? Contact?
I do.
Can you, do you off the top of your head, or can you send it to me later?
I can send it to you later. Yes, ma'am. I can. They're working on it. They're an interested group that they want to help. And this is the way they would like to help. And I
That's great.
applaud them.
What's the status of your building? What's the condition?
Actually, we're doing pretty good. We got to make some decisions on the ceiling probably next year. On what we're doing. I really need to replace the gates, but I think I can get by another year. I'd really like to go to the European one, but they're about $250 a piece, and at 40, that's not very practical in that building, I don't
What's the
believe.
difference in the gate?
They're not that chain link. They're the straight, rigid, up and down lines, so they don't get their head caught. They can't pull on them. They don't, it's just safer environment.
How many gates do you have?
40
How many
gates,
gates?
40.
40. Why don't you plan in your budget replacing
I was
a certain
thinking
number of
10.
this year, next year, and just from now on?
Well, and I want to double check on availability because I got cat portals as well, because I try to treat both sides of species.
I wonder what's the chance, does the school still have a welding
Yeah.
class? Maybe you could get,
If I can give them some
Maybe we
idea,
could
because
get work for
basically they
them
could, they're just like a rebar,
yeah.
basically,
it's pretty
so
simple
they're
to do.
narrower.
Maybe you could talk to them. Maybe one of their classes might be a project to build.
Yeah, because it would just be 1.5 probably inch tubing, and if you did your tubing, you could attach a rebar, and all it would be is a latch.
Might
I
be
mean,
something to look into.
I can weld, I just
Something good to do.
don't have the time. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Good job, Lori.
Thank you. You guys have a good afternoon.
You too.
Please.
Well, Sheriff, you want to attack the sheriff's department and we'll get to the rest of you this afternoon?
Page is the sheriff on. Of course, I don't know that I can count on these numbers that are on these pages. on my book.
Through 45.
Go backwards a little.
24.
24.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the presentation for the sheriff's office, generally there's quite a few changes that have been brought into it, and I'm looking for some direction on the court on a couple of them, because while it may not be an immediate deal this year on the vehicles, the issue was in 2018, we replaced 18 patrol units. We can't afford to change 18 of them in even 2 years. So when we started this, I try to keep the court informed and give you a warning that I think we needed to start a progressive deal of replacing some of them early. We're going to the proposal is to replace 6 of the vehicles this year, 6 next year, and 6 in the following year. And then roll that progression out as we go forward to get back to where we were before, replacing 3 and sometimes 4 in a year. Because that's going to be a pretty hefty bill if we try to replace even half of them in a year. And the impact for 6, most of the costs that we've looked at, we've got prices from Dodge and from Ford. We also have the opportunity through the Sheriff's Association has an annual statewide contract with Chevrolet, and they're all looking at about 40 grand without putting lights and siren on them. So you're looking at $48,000 to totally wrap one out and have it ready to go on the road. And so the proposal would be for 6. And right now, which 6, I couldn't tell you. I've got the mileage on them, and we've backed up. One of the things that we saw when we transitioned, when Mike Gordon retired from Road and Bridge, we used to get invoices. It was a request that we had made years ago, and I had a spreadsheet made that I knew by the vehicle which one was costing me money. If I had a limit in the group, it might move up on a replacement rotation sooner than just basic mileage. And the one thing that we have found, and I think both Gordon and Chris both will agree, that the best vehicle that we've ever run for maintenance cost was the Tahoes. They resold better. We don't know what the Charger's going to bring. We haven't sold any of those yet. To Doc's credit, talking earlier about that Impala, that was a trouble source for us.
Seems like you had a lot of trouble with them.
They were, and that's why we're out of it. We're down to 1. They were just costly. They break. We had major repairs on some of them. On something, we hit a raccoon and lost a motor. They just weren't really designed well for the activity.
We had a lot of electrical issues at one time, I remember, because they weren't designed for the lights to be on that y'all have or something.
Well, they just when we got into them, it was a cost factor, but then on the back end, it ate us up on maintenance as well as downtime. If you want to get an indication, go out to County Barn. I haven't been there today, but I'm gonna venture to bet there's 5 vehicles out there, law enforcement.
Well, y'all put so many miles and stuff on it. It's surprising that you can go 4 years anyway without.
We'll get the mileage up on them. And right now we don't have any high. We've got some that are at 90 and 100,000, just 2 or 3 of them. Most of them are much lower in their mileage range. And when you look at traditionally, we're getting over 100,000 miles out of them before, 120 and something before we were trading them when we were on the rotation pre-Harvey. And the objective in the presentation to y'all is to try to get back to that. And so, before I really get down to saying this vehicle, this vehicle, and this vehicle, I'd like to have some indication from y'all as to how y'all want to proceed with that, whether you want to do 6 a year in the sheriff's office.
If you want to turn your vehicles once every 4 years under normal circumstances, I would say divide it into 3 years, so it gives us a year in case we run into a problem. I think that's a good idea.
Well, and that was, the intent when we did 18 of them. Now, 18 didn't replace, but we lost all but 6 in Harvey. So you're running more than 18, but the 18, I'm trying to avoid that big bubble hitting y'all in any 1 year saying, gee whiz, now they're all at.
Well, is Chris doing the log? I didn't understand you. Is he still doing the logs like Mike did?
He wasn't sending us invoices. And this last month we requested him. He backed up and he's catching that up. And Rhonda's going to get that together for me. She's working on trying to track that per vehicle, because most of them generally are going to wear and tear about the same. But we have in the past 12 years had vehicles that showed up at, a limit.
They were bad to begin with.
Now, the Chargers, the issue that we're having with them across more than one vehicle is the cooling system. Something about the fan shroud or the fan blade. We have had those just go out chronically. And it's led to damage to the motor. Because when they go out and you're out there on the side of the road and you're sitting there idling somewhere, you're not in the unit. And next thing you know, it's smoking and you go back and find out it's really overheated.
Well, the
And it's a
Dodges-
flaw across a lot of the Chargers.
The Dodges, as a general rule, have not performed well, have they? I mean, they're fast, they're quick.
Not the Chargers that we've had, all we've had right now. Now we're looking at the Durango. We have Durangos in the fleet that we purchased through Stone Garden for interdiction. They get used quite a bit for interdiction. The downside is they're not assigned to an individual officer, so they get wear and tear from a lot of different habits and traits, and be they good or bad. Now, one thing that Chris has changed is that he found out something back after the storm, the brakes, we found out that Victoria County was running changed their vehicles out and they were running brake rotors and pads that were slotted and drilled, and they hold up better. They cost a little more to make the conversion, but they held up better and they're not routinely being taken down to take care of the squall and turning the rotors. But for the big damage to the vehicles, it's come from the cooling system, from the shroud and the fan. Don't know. I think it's a design issue or something about the type of material they use to make them, but it's probably the worst problem we've had out of the Dodgers. And so we kept it open, looking at, this next year as to what we want to go to, but they're all going to run about $48,000.
The ones you're gonna roll out, what kind of mileage do you think they'll have on? You have some that were from before Harvey that are high mileage. You got them all?
No.
They all-
I think they only have one car left from before Harvey, don't you?
No, we've probably got 4.
Wow.
And they're the Tahoes.
Okay.
I think
Got
they were
that,
part of
Uh,
the side.
Gavin's in one.
So they.
License and weight is in one. I've got one. We're still running 4 of those and they're still with us, and those are going to be the ones with the higher mileage on them as opposed to patrol units. Right now, the patrol units are in a 45 to 50,000 mile range. And by the time we get ready to trade these at the end of the year, they're going to be maybe at 60, the first 6. So they're going to be low mileage Chargers but it's the only way I can do and not come to y'all next year and say, I need 9 or 10 cars.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to spread this out to where we can get back into a reasonable rotation, not be replacing so many at one time.
Are they any of the ones that you're gonna be trading off are suitable to roll to a different department and get rid of something older that they have?
Yeah, if, it is just, it'll depend. I need to get that cost per vehicle you look at because right now I'm going to say most of what we'd be rotating off would be the Chargers. The pickups that we got at the time have held well, but those are investigators. And so they're not routinely putting the hard miles on them in pursuits or working traffic. If they're doing interdiction with Stone Garden, they're in those Durangos. So the pickups have held well. We don't have the maintenance issues with them and they're cosmetically holding up. They're not rusting out or anything. I don't look for, there may be one in that group of 5 or 6 that would fall into a cost deal. But I really think most of what is going to go would be the Tahoe for license and weight, probably just because of the mileage. It's going to be one of the higher mileage units and then some of the Chargers. But
Do you usually just auction them off for cash or do you normally roll them out to another department?
we have rolled a lot out in the past few years. We have made them available to the airport, to animal control, to maintenance. Maintenance likes to get the vans out of the jail is what everybody's preference is smaller vans. They don't like the larger vans we have because they're cumbersome to drive for somebody that isn't used to it. You get in that and you're looking on both sides of the mirrors, trying to figure out where you're backing up and getting stuff. The jail vans.
You don't often find yourself auctioning them for cash. You mostly find a way to reuse them in another department.
Patrol cars usually go auction at the end of the year. The Dodges, the Impalas when we had them, we haven't given those to anybody, have we? Pickups and the Tahoes were the one, and the vans. Other people make use of. I haven't had any interest from anybody else wanting one of the smaller cars.
Can you get much for, I mean, I assume that the resale, that the auction price is low.
Well,
Can't be much value left after you rode.
when we had
rid of
the
them.
Fords, when I came on board, the Crown Vics were getting about $1,800 to $2,000, whether they ran or broke, or it didn't matter.
Yeah.
That was top dollar at the auction. And we sell those with an online auctioneer who has quite a reach with his web base and brings in people from all over the state buying these things, and people locally get involved. But when we went to the Tahoes, we sold a lot of the Tahoes for $5,000 and $6,000 used, had holes in the roofs.
Yeah.
The resale value on those was considerably higher, not just for the ones that ran, but for parts. They'd buy those and part those things out.
There's like no used car. I've talked to a guy that has used car lot, even at the auction.
Oh, yeah, but that's.
Those auctions, there aren't any.
That's special for this year, probably.
You can say for the last
It'd be nice
year,
to
2
think it
years, and
lasts,
probably
but-
end of next year, but, so it depends on what we really take out of the service and roll out in these 6 units. The Tahoe, I'm sure there's going to be interest from somebody here looking for it. Now, Mike Gear hasn't sought vehicles from us in years because he replaced after the storm as well, with a lot of, I think, 3 new vehicles. So he was pretty set, but he was using, he'd take the pickups out yonder.
Mhm.
They fit his deal, and we left the light bars on one of them so that he could clear runways at 5 in the morning without having some plane not see him.
Right.
Well, he had got one for a courtesy car one time.
Yep, he used a courtesy car as well. So there has been interest. It just depends on what it is that we've got that we're rolling out. 2 of the vans have gone to this Second Chance Rescue over the years.
They take the big ones.
Yeah, and they're the only ones that, prefer the big ones. Renee needed the smaller ones because her employees had trouble even reaching the foot pedals and driving the big van, and they like the small one that we have for the one-man transport.
I don't know if they can see over the dash.
Sheriff,
Yes, ma'am.
on the maintenance agreement in 565 account, you increased that significantly over the last several years. What's the
maintenance.
thought there?
The maintenance agreements on 418. The big increase this year is because the radios that we purchased 3 years ago after the storm are out of warranty. And so we begged, borrowed, and stole the money this year to cover the maintenance agreements. And we pared it down. When they originally sent me an invoice, it was for the high $30,000, it seems like, and I like to choke. I thought Jiminy Cricket. And we sent it back, and they wrote it, and they took some stuff out. But what they took out were, for the higher figure, they were guaranteed that they would have in the area on site or in their office in Victoria, major parts, to where if I lost a combiner antenna, they didn't have to order it from the factory or somewhere. They had it. But I felt like that was a pretty expensive, $10,000 just to guarantee I'd have parts was just something it's new. And so I thought I shouldn't be looking for failure. I'm looking more for repairs to connections and aligning signals. We haven't had a whole lot of issues with them once we got the timing lined up between the main downtown and Holiday Beach. But it is about $25,000 for the maintenance agreement for Motorola for the radios. And now that we're out of warranty, the prudent thing is to have them insured so that we can, or pay the maintenance agreements while they get them repaired. But I do not have 24-hour coverage from them because I cut out that 10,000.
What about small equipment, 575, where you have 63,000? What are you anticipating?
$565.
It's under capital outlay, small equipment,
575 small equipment.
63,000.
It's just right above the cars. Sure.
This last year, the racial profile report that we submitted to the court was 13 pages long. In previous years, it was a 2-page report, but because of political pressure from the news analysts and all on the Texas Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, they required this extended report. We had to go back and count by hand the stinking tickets, and it wasn't enough. Now, in previous years, they wanted to know, were you Hispanic, other than Hispanic, Asian, Black? Now they want to know by gender as well. How many Asian females, how many Asian males, and it's every category on that report.
Yeah, I saw that report.
And so it was an extensive report, and we had to count that by hand. And what we want to go to simplify the tracking of that, and where that at any given time during the year, we could punch a button and have it, was go to an electronic ticket writer and not handwrite tickets. And the upside for the courts would be that the JP would immediately know at the end of the day and tomorrow when we pull back into the station and it uploads, it would hit their files as well, and they know the ticket's out there. It would cut out them having to manually enter the ticket later when we bring it to their office. There's benefits beyond just the sheriff's office, but those are about $6,000 a piece, and we estimate we'd need 10 of them to get this off the ground, because at any time we could have 7 or 8 patrolmen on between normal patrol and interdiction activity, and it would give you 2 or 3 that you'd leave in a charger because they got to be charged everything.
That would also give you whether or not there was an outstanding warrant or something.
Well, the radio, the system would do that, but yeah, everything would be, it's something that we've looked at and considered, Commissioner, for years, but it was, I was good with handwriting tickets until this last year, and we had to do that profile report. And I realized that as well, at any time during the year, if we want to pull a report and find out the ticket status of the officers or the courts or anything else, you would have it electronically filed in Odyssey. And that would be the only downside to it, is that we're going to have to go to Odyssey or a vendor of Odyssey to where it be compatible with the programs that we have today. So it's not like I can go to just any vendor out there. Otherwise, I'm going to pay for an interface, and then they're going to be pointing fingers.
Okay.
That's the increase there.
And then under the jail, the food prices went up.
That's a different, we're just doing sheriff right now.
Okay. Never mind.
Well, and the other deal that's going to impact this was a discussion that we had with Judge Bianchi and Jackie 3 or 4 weeks ago. Over the years, the bailiff cost has been placed in county courthouse security and under Richard Bianchi, and because he was getting hit for the majority of it. And they weren't in the budget line for my employees, and we're going to place some back there, but they've expanded the timesheet for that we can track which court they're reporting to. Richard got to looking at it and couldn't figure out why his salary changed so much. And then when he got to digging, he found out I wasn't aware that the bailiffs were being charged off there either. I couldn't have told you. I thought it was under courthouse security, but the funds there don't support it. So it was going to county court at law and then divided kind of from there. But rather than do that, since they are my employees, I think the proper place to put them, and everybody was in agreement, would put them back in the sheriff's office, but just track where the activity is charged back to and where the funds are coming from.
So there'll be possibly journal transfers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
No, they
No,
are.
I'm sorry.
No, they are being majority now being paid out of the sheriff's office. But whatever on their timesheet, they work a specific court, district court or county court at law, they are being paid by payroll in those specific.
Okay, so it's
offices.
distributed at the time, but he's budgeting
The
100%.
only journal entry though that we did discuss that we will do and prepare is if they work at JP court. Because the JP court side is not set up through the payroll process.
But overall, budget wise, county wide, it's budget neutral. It's just being.
Correct.
It's still being
Exactly.
shared. It's just
Yes, ma'am.
showing up one place and being.
Mhm.
The only change to that will be a discussion that we had yesterday about the pleasure of the court, about the officer at the front lobby. And I think it was agreed in the meeting yesterday with the Courthouse Security Committee that there was a consensus that we wanted to see somebody stay at the lobby, be it here or even in the new courthouse after the pandemic. There was discussion about adding 2 to 3 additional bailiff part-time positions and just figuring out a schedule. But when we looked at and ran it out at the 2080 hours a week, or over the year, the 2080 by the loaded rate or pay rate that we were given part-time for the bailiffs, it was within a few $1,000s, a couple of thousand of a full-time employee. And so if the court would be agreeable or whatever y'all's pleasure is, it would simplify it to just create one more full-time employee position that would be dedicated to the security of the hallways and the lobby of the courthouse. The bailiffs would still have control of the courtrooms. It would be a bailiff position to where in the event that we're not conducting activities in the courthouse, that employee would be available and would work patrol or would work. And you say, what's the example? Storm. We have a storm or any other activity that we shut down the courthouse, that person doesn't go home. That person will go do some other activity within the office. It would just be their primary function would be assigned to the mainly the hallways, office spaces of the courthouse and not so much the courtroom. So we're not bolstering up the courtroom security, but it would allow us to keep the person out there that people seem to have been attached to. And it's just a decision of whether or not y'all would allow me to do one full-time as opposed to 3 part-time positions and a scheduling. Yep.
So your department budget, you do have an opening that you guys have never filled
True.
over the course of the years. So it's already budgeted. Do you want to use that open position and we'll just change the job description?
I think so. That was a position that was created when Lee Sheffield was out for so long, injured, and went to pain medication specialist that, the position is still in there, but never filled full-time or anything else. But a position was going to have to be created or approved by the court. At the time, yes, the committee was talking 3 part-time. But when we sat down and ran the numbers after we broke up, Bubba, it was the cost of a full-time person.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
But if you've already got one in your budget, and you don't have the person, can we just change the job description to the?
So we're not adding additional staff.
Correct. You already have the opening.
True.
And then we wouldn't have to add new money to the budget.
It'd be neutral.
Either, right. So I don't know what you were intending with that position, but I think the last conversation that we had, we were gonna let that one just try a little.
Like I say, we've just been letting it ride and sit there.
Okay. Well, then that solves the problem. Okay.
And the other change in this part of the budget is I'll make y'all aware that through some efforts with the LMHA in Portland, Aransas County receives a check, turned one in yesterday for $4,000 a month. And we've been getting those. We've received 3 checks. We'll get one every month of the year. If I turn in a log for local mental health activities that we conducted this month. And so it's activities that we do anyway. We were already responsible for them under the statute, but we've got a deal set up and in place where the county will receive $48,000 a year for that effort.
Nice.
Good.
Okay. Do we want to go on to license and weight?
Sure.
All right, let's go. License and weight.
Don't know that there were any changes to that. I
You
will.
still got a problem out there on who can turn the lights on, right? It still has. to
Yes, sir.
be DPS.
That's a legislative issue that
It's the dumbest thing I ever heard of. But
I will say in the last month and a half,
It's not
surprisingly, I've seen more troopers at the station than probably the preceding 10 months. And I don't know what to attribute that to unless the surprising part is you've got so many troopers on the border in the valley and they draw from that pool as well. But one of 2 things to be done to correct that. And I don't know what the legislative effort would take. If DPS does not assign a license and weight trooper to a county, I believe the legislation ought to allow the county to turn the lights on. It's about the roads, wear and tear of the roads within that county, and we're all responsible for that. But under current statute, our license and weight officer cannot turn the lights on at that station to direct cars and trucks in there for weight. It has to be done by a license and weight trooper of DPS, not a patrol officer, but a license and weight trooper. And there's not one assigned to Aransas County. Had the discussion with a new captain in Corpus, called it to his attention, and he said, well, no, you're right. We don't have one assigned there. We've got 6 in San Pat and 5 or 6 in Refugio, but none assigned here. So we don't we weren't getting him in here routinely to turn the lights on to work the station. The argument used to be that there wasn't enough activity because when I took office, we had two of them assigned here. Bill Abels and Steve Miller both were assigned and worked Aransas County. And then it became a deal that we don't have enough traffic to split those calls between our officers and theirs. It didn't justify their presence here. Well, then y'all built a second way station. We thought, okay, we'll build two stations. Pick the one you want to be in. We'll go man the other. We won't have to turn trucks around. And just over the years, then those positions have been moved, to where the people had the interstates, saying, Pat, you've got them in Refugio as well. And so the volume of traffic there, I can't compare. We're not going to compete with that, but we do have the same type of activity. And that is not about revenue. It should be about protecting the roads. Revenue is a byproduct of that, but you're going to tear the roads up here. And with everything that's going on and coming through here, we still get the grain, we still get the cotton running through here every year seasonally. And then you've got the stuff kicking back up for the construction, coming down the coast, heading to Portland and then Ingleside.
Well, Sheriff, since we're 2 years away from another legislature, have you inquired if there's any way that they could administratively delegate that authority to you?
No, they can't.
I don't know if they could do that. I haven't inquired, but no. In the absence of, rather than wait the 2 years, I think if a letter went to DPS Austin and asked for the consideration that, y'all over the years have supported the enforcement of license and weight here with not one, but two way stations. And now because, they need to assign a trooper here, a license.
Yeah.
There's one that lives here.
Our only problem is
provide
they're all
them with office space. We've done all of our part to get. the thing here.
Yes, sir. You still provide, the office space to them. And it would just be a matter of assigning one of them. This is primary station.
That just seems like a kind of a trivial thing that they have to be there to turn the lights on. I mean,
They have to
maybe
turn them
we
off
need
and
to
on.
tell them that the sheriff has to be there to turn the lights in their office on.
And everything is operated under an MOU with Austin as well, that we just sign a new one. I sign one every year agreeing that the operation, that license weight station will follow the guidelines of the state of Texas and DPS, not RDM. Because they had some road way stations across the state years ago, and they came out and said, okay, while you have to go to our class to get your certification license and weight, you still have to sign this agreement that you're going to abide by these guidelines. You're not going to, you pull a truck in here, you're going to write the ticket for the most egregious violation and not 8 other violations underneath it. It sets some guidelines for what we refer to as carpet bombing, where we just bury somebody with tickets, and that's not allowed. You're going to pick the most egregious, either by weight by axle or total gross, and that's it. And they set the guidelines and the scale as well for the fees.
This a letter that you think ought to be sent to TxDOT, is that something that can come from your office? Or does it need to come
I've called, and I think a letter from the court
let's
might have
talk.
more weight.
I'll send one from my office. I don't know if it'll do any good, but we might.
And just ask that one be assigned here, that we've got way stations that we don't operate routinely. We can't get them opened.
See, maybe from Representative Morrison's office or something.
I can do all the above.
That, ask them to entertain the discussion of changing the legislation. If they can't cover the places in the state of Texas that they're sealing off, then by God, let us do it. We've got the officer that has the credentials.
Yeah.
You,
It's not like we got to gear up to it. We're already there.
we're there.
Yeah.
We're there. You've expended the money. You've supported it for the 12 years I've been here. And it's
Shoot, we can do a resolution.
we got hit by problems in the rest of the state. And so they wrote a law that said, it takes a license and weight trooper to activate it.
Okay, we'll get together and get something done.
Okay.
So, any other questions on license and weight? If not, let's go to lunch, and look, 1:30 we'll have detention and let him go. All right. Because you want a chopper here for detention, don't you? Or-
He's on vacation.
Oh,
So you're going to do detention?
Yes, sir.
you want to go ahead and do it now?
We can.
All right, let's do it then.
Okay, my question then was the increase in the food expense.
food expenditures, the one commodity in the United States that will drive my budget, be it in the patrol cars or in the jail, is corn. And what we've already seen is a creep in the food costs and even the availability of it. You've got so many places that they're backed up waiting for warehouses to fill. And with that going forward, this year's budget, while you're looking at a run rate and everything, we've got to keep in mind that we're coming out of a pandemic where we didn't house as many inmates
Right.
as we did year before last and even the year before that. It's because we were trying to manage the COVID outbreak. We were restricting intake as well as keeping them segregated, and it ended up with quite a few empty cells within the facility for quite a while. And efforts were made by the courts to keep as many people, working with bonds and PR bonds and such. And so we ran a low population, but run rate indicated because of increased costs that we probably needed to build in and adjust that to where we weren't going to get caught next year trying to look for money for the food. Don't have a crystal ball. The other deal on both of these deals, used to, we looked at corn and we looked at a few things for fuel. With Biden, that becomes, you tell me what gas is going to cost. We've shut down the pipeline. We're wanting to restrict drilling, and that's going to have an impact on our fuel budgets in both of these departments. But I don't know what to tell you it's going to be.
That and food costs both, yeah.
That was quick enough.
That's mine.
Any other questions for the detention? Well, you got off fast this time.
Well, on a project, and when y'all find out tomorrow what the guidelines are for this
For
money.
the cars, I'd say you need to do the sixes.
Well, but on projects with this stimulus money or whatever you want to call it, it's not CARES, but
Of your 18 vehicles, how many are patrol cars and how many are staff cars or lieutenants and above? Or is that just patrol cars?
That's all patrol cars.
those are patrol cars and investigator vehicles.
Okay, so on the investigator vehicle, you could actually maybe go a little bit longer time there.
Yes, sir. They're in the pickups. That's what I say. The pickups have held well. The mileage isn't there because when they come in and put in their overtime with Stone Garden, it's not in their vehicles.
You have in the past showed, extraordinarily good managerial skills. And I would say set it up where it fits for you and then bring it back to us and let's look at it.
Okay. I just didn't know whether y'all would entertain the deal of 6 this year and 6 next year to get us progressing back into a rotation that we could manage long term.
That's the only way I can see that can be done.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
We've caught a break, by doing that the last 2 years, we've cut the vehicle maintenance or vehicle purchase line way down because we didn't need to replace them. And
Well,
rather than,
you might replace, 5 patrol vehicles and 1.
that's what I say. Once I get the report caught
Every year.
back up that we're looking at maintenance across the board per vehicle, then we'll make an assessment as to what type vehicles we want to pull off of there. But I do know one of the higher mileage vehicles is the Tahoe. It's still in good shape. So do I want to just pull 6 Chargers offline and dump 6 vehicles that have low mileage, or do we want to look at going ahead and creeping in and doing the license and weight vehicle as well? Because it's something that might be attractive to some other department, as well as, within the jail budget, there's a call for a van every year. We're up to 6 vans and people, why do you have 6? Well, you can go up there on any given day and you may not find a vehicle. I'll remind you, we're ferrying people to federal court, both in Corpus and Victoria, and we have been for 2 years. It's just one of those things that comes and goes, and we'll do bench warrants where we might have 2 on the road on the same day or in the same weekend. We do a lot of bench warrant activity on the weekend, picking people back up. But within the jail, I've talked to Renee. We learned a deal through the freeze that was aggravating when we shut the water off for the jail and didn't have a supply. And if y'all have seen the jail in the last 3 weeks, we have built a brick wall near the entrance on the public side of that thing that contains an air conditioner that's, we decided to put it on the ground rather than on the roof because we thought during a storm, that thing, there won't be anything left but the bolts that hold it down. And so decision was made to put it down on the concrete where it'd be protected, but to encase it in a brick wall to where it aesthetically wouldn't detract from the appearance of the building and the quality of everything going on around there. But we would like to build, or we're looking at trying to build the same type of a wall on the parking lot side to the Catholic church where the water supply comes in at. There's hydrant connections there for the fire suppression system. And we actually brought a larger line out of the wall this past year with a 4-inch line because when they cut the water off during the freeze and we were trying to clear the toilets, we had a 1-inch nipple that was the water supply to the jail coming off a 4-inch pipe. So we spent some money and brought the piping out through the wall to where I have a 4-inch connection outside. And to follow up with that, we would like to purchase, and we're looking at the cost and trying to assess long-term, whether it be a plastic fiberglass facility or get 3 of these water buffalo type deals that the military uses that have a metal case around them. They're stainless steel inside, and plumb those together outside, hidden behind this wall, where the city water would come in through that reservoir and move on to the jail. It would always be fresh water flowing through there, just like putting a water heater in the flow. But it would allow me to, if a water main breaks, if we have another freeze, if for any reason the water gets cut off in the jail, we go close the spigot, shut it off, and we have a pump inside to provide the minimum pressure for the toilets to work. But I could have 1,000 or 1,100 gallons of water in reserve that would last me 4 or 5 days because we consume about 225, 230 gallons a day. But it would give me some water supply to where we wouldn't be out there with a stinking water hose or with a fire truck hooked up permanently, but it would be potable water. It'd be the water from the city. It would just be flowing through these 3 reservoirs. And we're looking at, the cost if we can acquire those through the surplus deals for the military. It just depends on, when and where they're available, whether it's a cost-effective deal, but that would be the other deal that we might want to look at for a project in the jail. And I don't know if that kind of a thing would qualify, but it'd go a long ways in putting the jail in a position to, would be better to sustain
Is
ourselves.
that what you were talking about, submitting on the rescue money if it qualifies?
If it would qualify.
Okay.
Made a note to Al.
Yeah, we're supposed to meet with the lady that's
One of the-
knowledgeable about it more than we are. Then we'll,
At this point in time, and the rules will change
convene
next
the
week.
committee will start bringing people in like you that to present on.
All right.
What do you think the projected cost of that would be? 10, 20,000, something.
Probably going to be in a $20,000 range. I don't know what the wall cost us. I'll find out from Renee. We would want it to be tall enough to where it would kind of protect as well as hide what's there, and people wouldn't be messing with it. But it would involve extending the sidewalk out probably 2 feet into the parking lot. But then again, that's a parking lot that the Catholic Church makes more use of it than we do. That's a huge parking lot.
What's a meters over there?
Huh?
What's a meters?
Another source of it.
You might get some bad prayers from the Catholics.
The only thing that made them happy was the fact about that jail being there was the fact that the parking lot was.
Yeah, right.
It's huge. And we're just about wrapped up we're on the downhill side of replacing all the vents and louvers or the ductwork inside, which is storm related. It still ties back to being paid out of some of that insurance monies. And when that's complete, then I think they're not even talking about the roof this year. I think they're waiting until after hurricane season. But the roof is supposed to be repaired.
And we'll
or
get blown
replaced.
off again before.
All right.
All right. That's good.
I think we just leave everything here and back to 1:30. What, where is Judge Bauer?
Page 9.
There's two page nine. There's two page nine.
Well, it's District 4.
I see it, and it says nine on it too, but there's another page nine in front of it.
It was in test, but
Here I say that Aggie page numbering.
Yeah. It's that. Our auditors are supposed to keep the numbers straight. Y'all are numbers.
Yeah.
Include page numbers.
All the
That's
work
it.
is page number 3.
All right, let's, Judge Bauer. Amanda needs to get to work. Anything out of the ordinary, Judge?
There,
Good.
okay.
Anything out of the ordinary,
No,
except maybe the funds for indigent attorneys or whatever,
the indigent defense,
defense.
I anticipate that it will increase
Yeah.
a little bit. We're hoping not too much.
We did not put an increase in here because we were so low last time, but yeah, it's kind of a guess of whatever it's gonna be.
We didn't have any juries.
Right.
No, we
About,
didn't have.
Or any trials. I should say.
right. This year should be a little bit, well, we probably will give a little money back this year because we did Zoom through May. All of us conducted our courts through Zoom through May, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 jury trials. And then in July, we're all going back in person, all 3 district judges. And so I anticipate our normal expenses beginning in July, but again, that's half the year. So the first half has been, I think, very, very kind to all of us financially.
The only increase that has been proposed in here is their pro rata share with Sampat. And that was based on anticipating a 3% increase is what I received from the auditor at Sampat.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on that 2020 census, and I anticipate, frankly, a lot of the other counties will, maybe not McMullen, but
Yeah, maybe, yeah, probably not that one.
probably not McMullen, but I do think B and Live Oak will probably increase as well.
All right. Anyone have any questions for the judge?
I have none.
Do a good job.
Well, thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate
ma'am.
your time today. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And we'll get Amanda out of here as soon as we can.
All right, don't be too hard on her.
All right.
Okay, so there's a few budgets that we need to cover. Which one would you like to start with?
Well, I don't know which page is it on.
14 is what I have. That's
14.
her regular, the
right.
county attorney budget.
Yeah, let's just start with your budget, county attorney budget.
Okay, there are not many changes marked. Are there any that you would like to discuss?
I was curious about the number of employees that you have on health insurance.
How many I have on health insurance? Well, I'm not covered by our health insurance. I believe I have at least one other employee who's covered by her husband's health insurance. That leaves 10 other employees. I would have to ask which ones have opted into the county insurance and which ones haven't.
Because I just saw a considerable increase between 2020 and 2021.
I think part of the difference between 2020 and 2021 is going to be that for a majority of the year, that office was understaffed. There were 6 months or so where they did not have the maximum number of employees. So obviously they paid less out.
Okay. Because they had anticipated a much higher, and I realized that probably wasn't your budget. You didn't have any.
Right. They anticipated, I think, having full-time employees the entire year. It turned out that they did not have all of the
Okay.
spaces filled the whole year, so they didn't.
And
spend
there
as
isn't
money.
much change from last year to this year, so.
No.
Your slots are all filled then.
Yes, currently
Okay.
they are all filled.
All right, no other questions on that. What's the next one? What page?
So we have an asset forfeiture budget, a pretrial diversion budget, and the law library budget. Which one would you like to talk about?
The law library budget's not much, is it?
We actually are going to be saving quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
If you didn't see our announcements,
Yes.
we switched to an online database of Westlaw, which contains all of the documents and books that we already had in paper form, along with some extras, which should be helpful for people to navigate. Most people don't know how to look up things in those books, and we're not able to instruct them how to do so. It's probably a lot easier for most people to search on a computer. We do currently still have all the books, and they are up to date, and we will keep them until we are able to either give them to other departments or they become outdated. But that's going to save the law library budget a lot of money because it's a lot cheaper for that online subscription than for the physical books.
And less space. Eventually.
Yes, it is a little bit less space.
I think it's been 25 or 30 years since I looked up anything on anything other than online.
Right. Even lawyers very rarely look inside of those books. That's why we have Westlaw accounts, so we can look it up much easier.
Probably because you can copy and paste too, right?
Well, it takes you directly to what you're looking for versus trying to figure out first what you're looking for and then actually looking for it.
But if you want to quote it, you can paste it exactly.
Yes. So we also have the asset forfeiture fund. Would you like to talk about that?
Sure.
This type of fund is a bit different. The asset forfeiture funds cannot be spent unless they are collected. None of the money comes from taxpayer money. They're funds that are forfeited for crimes such as drug dealing and things like that. So all of these proposed budgets are just more or less hypothetical. We can't spend the money unless we earn the money through the court system. So these are just anticipated revenues based on past years. So it's really a guess. It's not going to be exact, but none of the money comes from taxpayers. It all comes from people who have committed crimes.
Can you spend it on anything you like, or is it restricted use?
It is somewhat restricted use. What we have budgeted for, it's listed as machinery, but what we would actually like to purchase is a vehicle for our investigator to drive so that he's able to safely transport victims, witnesses, things like that from place to place. Currently, we're borrowing a vehicle from the sheriff, but it is an older vehicle and it requires a lot of maintenance. So once we are able to collect enough funds, we would like to purchase a vehicle.
So that was the 40,000 that was in there?
Correct. So that would be the vehicle having what's called wrapped, where they put the names on the side like they do on police vehicles, putting things inside like the radio and things like that. All of that costs money. So that's what we would be looking at sometime in the far future, not today, but that's our hope one day.
Marked, you want the car marked?
Typically, it says in other counties, like that they're an investigator for our office. Some of them are unmarked, but I think that we would want it marked in some way.
Shadow marking where you really got to look at it.
No, I think that kind of causes more trouble than it helps, because he does go out and talk to witnesses, and he does help the sheriff's department with investigating
Don't want to
crimes.
run before he gets to the door.
Right.
Right. Well, we would like him to not be
Tactful
injured in any way. Okay, I think that just leaves us with the pretrial diversion fund. The pretrial diversion fund is money that's collected by our office when we put defendants on pretrial diversion. We do not keep any of that money. Those funds are very restricted in use and can only be used to run the pretrial diversion program. The size of our office right now, we don't have enough cases to justify paying an entire position or half of a position with those funds. So all of those funds get sent to the probation office because they're the ones that meet monthly with the people who are on that type of probation. And it does help fund about half of one of their employees.
Is this a kind of voluntary pre-probation thing? I mean, in other words, something somebody can do to avoid having to go to trial at all?
Yes, so a pretrial diversion is a special type of probation where you do not end up with a conviction. So it's generally used for young people with no criminal history, low-level offenses, so that they're able to continue on with life after they've taken classes and done community service without having a criminal record.
And that diversion and intervention, same thing.
Yes.
We have intervention here.
Yeah, different counties call it a different name, but those funds are very, very limited on what you can use them to. And one of the ways that we can use them is to help support the probation office and their ability to actually watch over our defendants who are on pretrial diversion.
Any other questions for Amanda?
Did a good job.
I have none.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck in your trial.
All right, get up here, Trouble. That's you, Valerie.
Don't act.
Trouble? Not me. Okay. Where do you want to start?
Well, I didn't know a page number.
Environmental health, and it is possibly page 33.
Or close around there.
I'm not even gonna say what it is.
We'll have to talk about this.
I'm telling you, you'll have tabs next time.
It's 33. You were right on.
Are y'all there?
Yeah, close enough.
Okay.
Did you add employees, Valerie?
I did, but in 2018, I added Bob to environmental.
But that's the only
Mhm.
increase?
Yes. And then I was asking for an increase in conference dues since there are 5 people that go to conference. And with that $2,500, we typically go over budget, except last year because of COVID. I think that was the only, the telephone.
Congratulations. And how many employees do you say? 5?
5 go to conference. Yes, ma'am.
How many do you have total?
5, well, 6, including Teresa. Well, 7 with Charlotte now. Yeah. Charlotte, Teresa, me, Bob, David, James, 7. Yeah, Jeff. And then, I put $600 for a new desk for Teresa's office, the front desk. That's it. And environmental.
You want to go to mosquito next?
Mosquito.
Mosquito.
Mosquitoes in it.
They are here. We do not have to look for them.
No, no. We
Tell
did.
them
I don't have
page
many in my house.
79.
Bigger
I don't
budget
have
so she
many
can
of
buy
them.
more mosquitoes.
Spray, it's mosquito spray. And Alma was talking about her budget earlier, and she said she does assist with some of the mosquito control costs transfer over from the healthcare sales tax account.
Yes, ma'am.
How much is that? How much do you get subsidized from the healthcare tax? Roughly, I mean,
Looks like 168,000.
wow, that's a lot. Good.
That, yeah, 164.
Okay.
For next year.
It's based on whatever her needs are, actually.
Okay, Valerie, question.
Yep.
If we get money from healthcare sales tax,
Mhm.
but we can't go on private property like we once did because we haven't, they're not a health hazard because we don't have a West Nile, how do you qualify for healthcare sales tax?
Mosquitoes, period.
Mosquitoes in general, they don't transmit disease, but
when you test them, that doesn't mean you're not going to find one. That just kind of every year but right now,
You know
what
where I'm
we've
getting at?
tested.
I want you to start
Right,
what we used to do where you
Right.
went on private property.
right. Well, I need 10 more sprayers. then.
Because since it's a health hazard,
10 more sprayers.
they always said they had a way to.
Yeah. But definitely would need more employees if you want to start adding those requests on there. Because right now we typically take 2 days.
Maybe I want to come sign up to drive at night. You know.
Just to get the county.
It's a pretty good time to start driving a mosquito
Yeah.
truck.
How many drivers do you have in there? Part-time, aren't they? Or are
We
they
have 4
temp?
part-time and Bob is the full-time employee. I did want to put it out there. I do transfers to fleet. A thought would be that I get my own mechanic to work on our mosquito sprayers during peak season and use that money to pay our own mechanic. Which is
Where would you put him on the
40,000.
hill?
On the hill, yeah. I mean, we have our garage out there as well, where they could do work, where all the mosquito sprayers are parked.
You can do oil changes and everything.
Yep, and then small engine repair too, because those things are a little bit smaller than typically.
And did you say you had someone currently on your staff who could do that?
No, ma'am.
You want to add that position?
Right, and take out the transfer to fleet, because that's what they do. Fleet would work on our vehicles and sprayers. But instead of paying them, I just have my own mechanic for this department. And then if anybody needed someone, I could charge them also.
Is that on one of these proposed sheets, budget sheets?
No, not at this time.
How much is your outlay to fleet right now?
40,000.
So it'd be enough to hire
It'd probably be a little bit more.
Okay.
It would be a little bit more to hire someone.
But turnaround is a lot less, right?
Correct.
Actually, a portion of what you do in transfer station probably goes to fleet also. so
Correct.
Between the two of them.
Yeah, we pay out of the transfer station fund as well. We paid it fleet.
So say again the number of drivers you had.
We have 4 part-time
Okay,
and then we have Bob,
one
the one
full.
full-time.
Supervisor.
Did you get your new equipment in? Didn't you have some new sprayers? or-
Yes, we just got 2 added, 2 new sprayers added and 2 old ones taken out. That was it.
So
for-
how many functional sprayers do you have? 4?
No, we have 7 trucks. They function when they function.
They
They
have one for
typically
you
will
if you wanna
function
drive.
every night. Most of them will go the whole night, but there are times when they don't go all night.
Are they high maintenance?
Yes. Even though they're brand new, still very high maintenance. We typically turn in 2 after every spray route. So, I mean, they'll be busy during peak season for sure. A mechanic. Yep. That's it for
All right.
mosquito.
Transfer station is 140. Thereabout.
Hillary, what kind of a budget do you have for going on a property and abating nuisance, assuming that the owner,
In environmental, we have 10,000.
okay, 10,000 for the year?
Correct.
And how much does it usually cost you to do one property?
The one home we demoed this year was 6,500.
So that'll let you do maybe 1 or 2 projects this year?
It'll do one demo and then a few cleanups.
Few cleanups,
Yeah.
yeah. And has that been the rate you've been seeing?
No.
You've been seeing more than that. So
We would like more, but we got to do the whole court process. And that's what's the hardest part is getting them to get that guilty conviction before we
Didn't we
can go
talk
and
about
abate.
one time that it's possible that some of those demos that create a health hazard could be paid out of healthcare sales tax?
I don't know that one.
I don't know about that.
Maybe that was your predecessor that we talked.
Yeah.
I mean, I asked because I know we've been talking about with working a new process out with the county attorney's office where we could get action on more of the court cases. But if we do that and you don't have a budget to do the work, we're going to run into a corner.
Yes.
But maybe the healthcare tax fund would be a good place to look.
Yeah, we looked at that a little bit one time before, but a lot of them are health hazards because of rats
The
and
way
things
that- the
coming out
shape.
of them.
But that falls under the environmental budget.
Got one on Johnson participates.
The one on Terry Street's all cleaned up.
The one that was in the right of
People
way?
that bought it at the tax sale, they already cleaned it up.
Transfer station fund is, are you there? Okay. What we added into the machinery equipment, I put 20,000 for a couple of new containers. We've had them for about 6 years now, so it's going to be time to turn them around. I asked for an increase in the motor vehicle repairs and maintenance. We are seeing higher bills because our equipment is going to the dealership. So our bills are more expensive had we done them in-house. But that's 40,000. That's an increase. That goes back to closer to what we actually spent the 2 previous years. Fuel went up, so I increased our fuel budget as well.
Yeah, we just don't know how high it's gonna go, do we?
No.
Right. That's it.
Any other questions for that fellow?
Valerie, how much did you say we were saving by having the people, not Camacho, but
Dawson?
Huh? The one that picks the mulch up and redoes it and brings it back.
Oh, so they, instead of grinding it on site, the reason we're grinding it off site is we had a complaint that it was getting blown to the neighbors. So instead of having that problem again, we just double grind it off site and then bring it back at no extra cost.
That's good.
Yeah, no extra cost.
See, that's how the county ended up with the property where the ag stuff is. The people sued us for stuff blowing on their house. We ended up buying it.
Any other questions?
Nothing else. I guess you can go without too much trouble.
Dang.
Wheel. Airport.
Hoping that's gonna be on 145. like the bill says.
Well, never came to 40.
It went to 182 from 140 something to 180.
Next time we're gonna do this schedule in order.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Good idea.
It has never been done that way. I just kept.
Jackie,
following,
that's a brilliant suggestion.
But I think next
Already
time
looking
it's
forward to
gonna
next
go
year.
in order. Okay, page 8.
8 or 133?
Oh, I'm thinking Judge Bianchi. Okay, never mind.
We're gonna let him wait a little while.
135.
On what?
135.
Be darned. It's
Judge Bianchi. Now, the one I have.
We got two 134s.
Well, there are two proposals.
Right.
Y'all have two proposals. One is with an increase and one is without. So you're gonna see two.
One of my 134s is blank, so that's the ones I'm gonna pick up.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
And I asked Jackie to prepare it both ways so you could see it. I've met with each of you individually to talk about the increase, and we've got time between now and the end of the year, since it is, well, until the end of budget, I suppose, but it was a projected for 2022. So there's time on that. Obviously, it would need to come before Commissioner's Court to make the to make the increase legal if we're going to do it at all. I put that in the judge's court to decide if and when he wants to put it on there. And but I just wanted you to see it both ways. We still, from a cash flow standpoint, we still come out good because the airport is a revenue fund. I use the word light cash flow because it's important to realize that we're still making more money than we're spending. Ideally, if the bottom doesn't fall out of the year like it kind of did last year. And even with the bottom falling out of last year, I think we would have come in the black had we received timely payments from insurance for loss of use.
Okay.
The other thing that stands out to me is the cost of, you can go back to actual on 2017 and look at what we paid for insurance premiums on line 460 on page 135. One of your 135s, I guess, are there two copies of that?
They should
But
all be the same.
yeah, and so,
The same.
you know, we've gone up, my math says 300% on,
Yeah, wow.
on insurance premiums. Again, and I'm sure that has to do with the fact that we had some things that were not scheduled with insurance prior to Harvey. But I think that's definitely something that we should probably take a look at as we move forward with how we insure the airport. What's our deductible percentage? Can it be different than what we're doing in the rest of the county? Do we necessarily want to insure things that are possibly FEMA eligible going forward? Do we want to insure things that are grant eligible going forward? You know, I'm not sure how much of this increase is represented by, yeah, Jackie's shaking her head, but how much of this increase is represented by things that weren't scheduled. But, you know, to me, it doesn't seem like, if we're going to have buildings that are more capable of withstanding windstorm events than we had prior, maybe we could withstand a higher deductible.
Well, they probably have a much higher value than they did.
And that's the other thing
And
too.
that's going to be the other thing. The thing with FEMA is if you don't have them insured and you don't have them insured to the amount that they're worth,
Mhm.
they won't cover it.
And-
They help you one time, which
Right.
they have not helped us with the airport.
Right.
But, you
Well,
know, first time is on them, second time shame
Sure.
on you.
Yeah, and we did, I mean, I did go through the meeting processes with FEMA on the
Mhm.
airport and attended all the briefings, put 100 or so hours in with them. They were prepared to. All along, I knew we
Right.
had insurance that most likely was going to be able to step up and take care of everything. I think FEMA would have stepped in and handled anything that wasn't covered by insurance.
Exactly, yes.
And we may still be able to do that. There are still some things that have kind of sieved through that we're catching now that probably should have been taken care of by insurance, or at least the work that was covered by insurance that didn't last. But nevertheless, that's.
And if you can change the deductible without making it uninsured, or is that right? Does FEMA also require a certain deductible to make?
No, they don't. It's just the value of the insurance. I mean, if it's $1 million building, or they've put $1 million into it, you've got to insure it for that much.
So without making ourselves ineligible, you can fiddle with the deductible and
Exactly.
change the cost.
Yes.
How much is the deductible then?
Right now, our deductible is $10,000 per incident, but I don't know with the whole scheme of things, that if it's just a one-time 10,000, that's kind of a Kathleen.
Yeah, that would be, because if it was 10,000 for everything that he had tore up.
Oh, yeah, it's got to
that's
be a
pretty cheap.
one-time,
That's
yeah.
Pretty low deductible.
And, but again, we had buildings that were probably built to a budget and not necessarily to a code, and now they are built to code. So I think if we had another Harvey type storm, the most we might have to do is replace a few doors and some panels or reskin a building.
Might inquire to raising the deductible and see if it
Exactly.
makes much difference.
But again, it's gone up even 17,000 since last year's budget. The only other thing that stands out to me on expenditures is line number 912, transfer to general fund. That number is ticking up as well. And I know Jackie's explained that has something to do with our payroll and auditing, county auditing expenses. I haven't seen anything, and I'm not casting stones. I know everybody's busy. I just need to see something that kind of helps me understand the representation of that number.
Because that's gone up 300% too.
Exactly. And that didn't exist a
Well,
few years ago.
Exactly. It did not exist. And I will note that because of the lack of revenue from the insurance on our lost revenues, that we have not made that transfer because we did not want to totally wipe out the airport fund.
Yep.
I think you started that whenever you created the other independent funds,
Mhm.
like the
Because they're
transfer
enterprise
station
funds, they
and their
need to
enterprise
pay for
fund.
their expenses. So yes, that's when it did start. So we'll look at it and I'll get something
Sure.
with you, Mike. I've got the
Then
schedule.
moving back up to grant projects, the significant change there is normally we set aside $100,000 to cover, to at least meet our ramp grant, and which is $100,000. So we put, or $50,000 reimbursable. Brought that number down, and I explained this to you each in detail with the PowerPoint a couple months back, that it's going to be harder and harder to find things to spend that money on as we get hangars rebuilt. The bulk of the ramp grant money in the past was spent on just replacing rusted metal, paint, and things like that. Our pavement has been in pretty good shape, been in great shape. That would, besides some crack sealing, which again, going forward after the pavement rehab in July, in August, it's coming up, we won't even have money on crack sealing for the next 5 to 10 years, 15 possibly. And some airports that are getting this same product put down, the same material, are not seeing any crack seal issues for 12 to 15 years. So it could be that it's going to be harder and harder to find things to spend that money on. Some other things have become eligible for that grant that were in other budget line items, maintenance line items that are now eligible under that grant. So again, I can submit it. I submit just about everything. The state will kick back what they think is questionable. If I can justify it, then we resubmit, they'll take it. But it's still going to be hard to spend even $85,000 on that going forward.
Mike, what did the insurance do with the old concrete block hangar building that was there that blew down? Did they pay for that? Did they build something else for those funds?
Hasn't been built yet, Commissioner. That's actually the last thing. It's out of engineering, and from what I understand, it's been released.
Will it be?
If we turned insurance loose on it with Don Jackson Construction, they could build it. But I thought that in the interest of optics and everything, that's a non-aviation use building. It needs to be saved for last.
Where's it going to be at?
It's going to be behind the FBO, behind the terminal, over by where the long-term parking is, back toward the old Air Force Base side. It thought it was important, since it was non-aviation use.
Yeah.
Hadn't had a plane in it probably since the 1980s, that it was important to get that off of the airfield, open up that space for extra parking, which is at a premium on busy weekends. We'll get that old pad, the old slab that was there. We'll do some mitigation and tie that into the rest of the ramp, and it'll all kind of flow naturally. But yeah, that building will be rebuilt last, hopefully at the end. It came out of engineering quickly, is the only reason.
Okay.
And that's it. I just wanted to let you see it two ways, and allow for some time between now and September, when this budget is passed, to decide how you want to go with the pay increase.
All right. Any other questions for Mike?
Thank you, Mike.
Okay,
Thank you, Mike. Judge Bianchi, come on up. Don't tell me anything about, need more money for attorneys. My favorite.
Well, it's hard to predict, as you well know. My budget's fairly simple as far as review, because it tracks the previous one, and there's literally no change in it. There is, and that's based on the same reasons I'm sure y'all have heard many times, is last year was such a mess that it's hard to make any predictions based on it. And so we have to refer back prior to that. Projections on cases is what sort of drives us, but that too is supply chain driven. If the jail is not accepting prisoners, which they went through that for quite some time, then of course, cases can't be developed by law enforcement. Cases can't be developed by law enforcement. They don't get referred to the county attorney. County attorney can't produce those, so they don't get filed to us. So from that sense, we're dependent on them, which is good, I guess. But as I said, the budget is the same. The only slight change to it is there's some adjustment in the upper part on the personnel expense, but as y'all know, we don't control that at this discussion. So, and I guess the only other, we do have a separate smaller budget for our collections office, and that's changed only in a small degree. We're actually a little bit lower than the prior year.
What page, Jackie? Sorry.
13 is the first one.
Okay, thanks. I have a question.
Sure.
The sheriff mentioned earlier today that some of the bailiff's salary was being paid out of your office and that's going away.
Well, yes, it's going, as I understand what we have worked out is it's going over to his budget now. And so there will be some reallocation of that number, and I don't know what those numbers are going to look like.
Does this reflect that or no?
No, it does not reflect that change. We were, in our meeting, we were going to leave what has occurred so far in the budget that had paid for the bailiffs. And we were just going forward, changing that method, or it would, the majority would come out of the sheriff's department. And whatever hours they specifically worked at court, if it is county court of law or district court, then that section is what is paid out of.
Okay.
We're not adding any more bailiffs. We're not adding any kind of personnel as far as my budget goes.
You're just moving around where it's logged in.
Clear accounting process, I think, is basically.
Any other questions for the judge? If not, I'll let him get back to his busy
All right.
agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this, because I can, Kevin from elections has got a pretty quick budget, so we'll get him before we go to.
What page?
15.
15?
15.
15.
You probably were in a little bit of a shock when you saw my budget. I am requesting, or I originally came to you to request additional $200,000 to fix our voting equipment to make it compliant with a new bill that was just signed into law. However, at this point, I would kind of suggest you go with a wait and see kind of approach. My understanding now is the state was given money to about $35 million in their budget this year from the state. And the Secretary of State does plan to use that funds to retrofit and move our equipment to that compatible system. Also, if we do convert within this first year, it would be a chance that it would be 100% reimbursable.
That would be nice.
So you're talking about the amount under office furniture and equipment?
Yes, capital outlay.
And that's actually voting machines and.
Yes, but it would basically retrofitting our current equipment, and they'll be coming to pick up our equipment, adding in basically a thermal printer to the machines, and then we'll be receiving it back. It is not going, it's going to have basically the same look and feel as our current equipment, except there's a second step. The voter actually does not cast their ballot on that machine. All it does is print a paper record of their ballot. It's basically a ballot marking device now. And once it prints out that record, they drop it into a scanner at the polling place, and that scanner is what actually counts their ballot.
Good Lord.
Yeah. And so you'll also see an increase in my office supplies budget of $5,000. That is something that we really can't wait and see about, because there is going to be additional cost for special paper that is used for those machines.
And you said this new equipment was mandated?
It is mandated. It's Senate Bill 598.
So the voter will see, we're gonna vote on an electronic machine as usual, but it'll spit out a piece of paper that shows how we voted, and we can check it.
Yes.
And if we're happy with it, then we put it into a ballot box,
Yes.
a scanner, which reads it as
Yes.
if we had filled it out by hand in the old e-scan.
Correct.
Okay.
And then also in that bill, it does also in 2026, there will be a requirement for an audit, post-election audit. It's called a risk limiting audit after that. At this point, it's too far to say what the state's going to require with those audits. So I might in the future need additional funds for temporary help to assist with those post-election audits.
And you said you budgeted an amount for, because more costly paper that it took. Are you going to be able to pass that on when you do elections for the city or anybody else?
Yes, I will be able to bill out for that for the city elections in the schools.
Well, now with the addition of the 194,000 for the office equipment, now are we billing that out to the very things, or is it just, are we increasing what we're charging them? How are we getting that reimbursed?
That is something I would have to, well, the 194,000 is, by the way the bill is written, it is reimbursable should the funds be available. Now, at this point,
That's a good catch-all.
right. Now, at this point, we're not for sure funds are available. I just know that there was a $35 million written into the State Secretary of State's budget. But there is a new Secretary of State that's going to be coming into office pretty soon. I don't even know who it is at this point. That person may have different ideas for that money. But
How about charging like the city? Does the city not only
we
pay
are
us back for paper,
capped.
but can they be charged for part of the capital outlay?
For the equipment itself, we can charge a rental fee of 10% maximum of the purchase price of the equipment. Now, because this is being retrofit,
Total, or is that per entity using?
it's per entity, per piece, and actually we can even charge per day. Right now, we only charge a one-time flat rate fee for early voting per piece, per entity, but if we wanted to, I mean, they have a whole week and a half of early voting. I can charge for every single day that price.
10% of the cost
Purchase
of the
price.
equipment for every day?
Yes. But this being because it's retrofitted, I don't know exactly where we would come up with that price. That's something I'd have to get from the Secretary of State and what their suggestion would be.
Yeah, I think that's a real important question because, you got $194,000 that you didn't have last time we voted.
Right.
So surely we're going to work that into our total cost to to the school district and to everybody else.
City and the town.
Right.
Yeah.
And we do have a conference coming up, the Secretary of State Elections Conference, Secretary of State's office in August. I do expect to find out more information there on this and what they do plan on doing with that $35 million budget. That's why I'm kind of leaning towards the wait and see kind of thing on this. But I just want y'all to be aware I might be coming to you in the future again for that money.
Well, $35 million won't cover Houston.
Well, there was an estimate done by TAC that would, I think, would cost the entire state 38 million. Houston, Harris County already has a compliance system. They just purchased it. So it's only going to be for the counties that have a complete electronic system like ours.
Okay. Other chance.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Do we leave it in or are you saying take it out? And
I would suggest taking it out at this point. And because it does sound like it might be something that our vendor will be billing directly to the Secretary of State.
Well, but if you take it out, then it's difficult to put it back in, where if you leave it in, it's not hard not to spend it.
Okay. I mean, that's.
It seems to me like that'd be the logical thing, leave it in if you don't need to spend it. I mean, it's something we do with other things.
It's going to hit the tax rate.
But I think that's.
But it is also it's potentially reimbursable. I don't want to.
That potential is the issue.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jackie?
It won't affect the tax rate because we're setting the rate on what our maintenance and operations were last year is how your tax rate is based. But it will look like we're reducing fund balance more than we really are because we know we won't spend this. So, I mean, it's going to be,
Well, we don't know that we won't spend it.
that's true. You don't know that you won't spend it. So,
But it's way more likely than not. I mean, we're doing something to the fund balance that we think is most likely going to be unrealistic, but doesn't really hurt either way.
no, let's just look at it again in August. We're going to be back here again in August.
Yeah, we
Take it
don't,
out
we can
before
take it
the
out
final.
right now, put it back in August.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question
Yes.
unrelated to that. I noticed your conference dues are pretty high because I believe there are 2 people in your office, are there not?
Yes, there are.
So 9,500 seems like a lot for 2 people.
So I still have. Right now, this year, I've spent 3,000. I still have one more conference to attend. And also there was one bill that just got signed into law as well. That puts another requirement on the county election official to attend a training course by the Secretary of State. At this point, we don't know if it's going to be an online training or in person. So that is going to increase conferences as well, possibly.
And in your budget, are you still planning on one other employee than yourself and then a part-time person?
No,
Have
I
you
do not.
added for a second person?
I'm sorry.
Have you added a full-time person?
No, right now it's only me plus one full-time person. And that's
Okay.
all I'm budgeting for next year. I know we had that discussion back in Commissioner's Court early this year, or late last year. I, at this point, cannot justify the need for another person in my office.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. All right, Chris, come on up. Let's do that.
Chris said in a
And
book.
tell us the page.
48.
Chris is on a scooter.
He's been on a scooter. He ought to have mileage. Tires worn off on it.
You're not getting mileage reimbursement for that, are you?
No.
Okay. Did you see what page, Jackie?
48.
35.
Oh, and then we have all these
35.
inserts that are,
10, no, 35.
35.
Yeah, the other one was David.
I don't know if I can trust these numbers in the budget.
Mine says 35.
Not any better than.
here we go. Fleet.
We're gonna have to really work. on
You know
this.
what? Almost did,
Been a
almost did
test
what I
today.
did
This is-
before and number
this
the
is a-
pages in
All
here
right, I
myself.
found you. Let's go.
Excuse me.
All right, so I didn't ask for a lot of changes this year. There was a few things that we went up on a little bit. On automotive supplies, I went up $4,000 on that. And that's just due to the cost of petroleum products and rubber for tires going up, and that all falls in that. And petroleum products have been going up.
Yeah.
I was talking to one of the guys from one of our main suppliers, and he was telling me we're going to see at least a 20% increase by the end of the year. And he's expecting quite a bit more.
How about gas and diesel?
You didn't do anything on fuel.
I'm sorry?
Fuel.
For me, I'm not really worried about going up on that because I get reimbursed from the departments on that. So my cost initially will go up some, but what I'm getting back from the other departments will put back what I'm getting spent. So basically I buy the gas and the diesel out of this budget. And then when the sheriff's department, road and bridge get gas and diesel, it gets replenished. And I've actually talked to the different department heads about the increases that I'm expecting to see in those costs so that they could kind of plan for that.
With the purchase of the new fuel system, everything, you feel like you have a lot better look at what's going on with the fuel system? Because that was a pretty interesting conversation you had last time.
Yes. So with the system that we have now, it's very similar to the system that we had before. in the interim, when we had no fuel system at all, we didn't have a good look at it. With the system that we have now, we do have a very good look at, who's using what and kind of where things are going to.
Are you finding any savings or due to?
Oh, so us having a fuel system is definitely a saving over not having a fuel system. I mean, there's a annual cost involved with it. That's, let's see, I have it. The annual cost on it's about $2,200 to the company that tracks everything for us, that handles the software. But when we were doing everything with pen and paper and, different departments were writing down what fuel they were using, sometimes stuff wouldn't get written down. So there was a discrepancy between what we actually had going out and what was being recorded as going out. So having the fuel system saves us
Doesn't
substantially.
take long to lose $2,200.
No.
No, not at all. And then also having to record everything, because when everything's written down on pen and paper, it takes a substantial amount of time to actually go and log that into the computer to be able to track it. And so, I mean, just on the amount of time, you end up saving the money right there.
Well, now you're staying up to date on changes in software and stuff like, so we don't get back in the same situation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So the problem we had before, the system that we had was about 20 years old. And so the equipment became very antiquated and obsolete.
Do that again.
I'm sorry?
We don't want to do that again, because like
No.
Mr. Cashline said, $2,200 is pretty easy to lose.
Yeah,
quick.
yeah, it is. And when I was here before, I went through just some transactions and was able to show where we were losing money by not having a way to adequately track our fuel.
Have you added any staff members
No, ma'am.
in the department? It's stable?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's talk about that. You have quite a few vehicles in line to be repaired, right?
Yes, sir.
And some of those vehicles have been out there for a while, waiting their turn, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Some of them have been out there a while, waiting their turn because why? Because you don't have enough help, or because?
Most of the stuff that we have out there right now hasn't been there that long. We have one of the sheriff's department vehicles that has an engine that's blown out, has been sitting there since last year. One of the issues that we've ran into is I haven't been out doing, because of this, I haven't been able to actually do the hands-on work that I need to. And so it did put us behind. We had one of the biggest issues that we ran into was the boiler broke down last year. The engine went out. And so that broke not long before I got hurt and had to go out and have surgery. And so I had started working on that and was getting things going. And without me being there, it put us very far behind on that.
Just recently, you went into a 50-hour week to try to catch up. Has that helped?
Oh, substantially, yes. So we did that for about 3 weeks and we were able to actually back off that. So it really just got us caught up to where we needed to be.
Not in this budget, but in the future, you're looking at adding bays.
At adding bays, no.
Okay, so that's adequate for the work people and be able to turn everything within a few days.
Right. Yes, sir.
Other than cars, yeah.
The new office space for you, is that under your budget or under David's budget?
That's under David Reed's budget.
Okay.
That was, he had requested that, so.
Okay. Any other questions for Chris?
Sir.
All right, thank you, Chris.
You'll have a
Hope your
wonderful
leg gets
afternoon.
Better soon. You got any predictions on when you're gonna get rid of that scooter?
Oh, good grief. So I had surgery in December and there was nerve damage as a result of that. So this foot is pretty ugly and it's not healing well. I went and saw a specialist about a week ago and I'm going to have to go see somebody else.
Oh.
So the nerves aren't healing.
What, you broke your leg or?
I had three full thickness tear ligaments and 2 partial thickness tears on 2 tendons. I just stepped wrong and it rolled and it was pretty bad. I was on level ground and when my foot came down,
Your wife took you out, that's what it was.
Yes, yes, that's exactly what it was.
Chris lives behind me and I gotta tell you, he's a terrible neighbor. He whines and all all the time. He's a great neighbor.
My kids love the goats.
Yeah, really? Both
Yeah.
of them.
Yes,
All right, Chris, thank you.
thank you.
Virginia.
Oh, I just found the road and bridge.
Well, that sure beats
Page
a walker, then,
41.
doesn't it?
$41.
I got it.
Okay.
Want us to tell you what we're asking for. We asked for $927 increase to our two salaries divided between us. And then $325 more for travel and meals. And on the report that we got back this week in our mailbox, it looked like our salaries went down. So
Look like what?
our salaries went down.
Really?
Salaries went down because we had 27 pay periods on this last one and there's only
Oh,
26 on this one.
Makes sense. We thought, wow, we better not ask for that again.
Penalty, a
Sorry.
penalty.
Yes, a
Yeah.
penalty.
On group insurance. You're projecting, you were at 3088, and you're projecting into the year of $8,028 and proposed $8,028, but you're showing a variance of $8,028. Why is that?
We did not budget insurance for Melinda Cobb, who is their full-time employee. They had combined a couple of part-times into one full-time. And so it was not budgeted in 2021. We budgeted for 2022, and that's why you see the variance, because it's the full amount of the annual
Okay.
cost.
Well, everything else adds up. That one doesn't add up. Okay.
Chair, I have, I received a question from constituent about, I believe it was the roof of the garden shed or the greenhouse
The
needing
greenhouse was
replacement.
completely destroyed and has been rebuilt.
The greenhouse.
Yeah, the greenhouse
Yeah,
went
it's
down,
been
so
re-
they must be asking about something else, because it was like trash.
Is there
from Harvey.
something else out there?
Our roof has been leaking at where our conference room is, that roof has been leaking, but that's also been dealt with as well, not the
Yeah.
greenhouse.
When we had the 5-inch rain about a month ago, it leaked, and then they came out and fixed it and it didn't leak in the next. rain.
Okay, so that's not an issue anymore
No.
that you know of.
No.
That we know.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the ladies?
I have a question.
All right.
The last couple of years, y'all have gotten new computers, and it's based on us paying for half of it. They haven't been budgeted. Are y'all planning on replacing anything so we can actually have something in the budget?
We don't have plans to replace one this year.
Who does A&M take care of, they take care of most of it or what?
They pay half of it. And they put on all the programs and things.
All right, I guess you get up lucky.
Dang.
I have some
We-
offline questions for you. I've got a couple of plants I need some advice on, but I'll talk to you later.
I'm so glad Ginger's the horticulturist.
Well, they had a very nice dinner to honor Judge Mills and thank the court. And
Yeah.
I attended that and it was wonderful and delicious. So thank you.
Well,
Those master gardeners, they're gems.
yeah.
They are.
I missed it again.
Yeah.
We'll have to look at your schedule before we schedule that.
Yes,
one,
please.
right?
My wife was really disappointed. She, in
Oh.
fact, I had told her that flying in, I'm taking my favorite restaurant, the best one. She knew exactly what that meant, and then I took her to the other one.
Because they put that on the invitation to the best restaurant.
Well, I have a grilling program coming up during the day that I might be able
All
to
right.
invite you to with some of our ambassadors. So
That sounds real good.
I'll make sure that one gets on your calendar
Maybe you
for
should
July.
invite more of us than the judge. Sounds
Oh, yeah.
like.
Of course.
And for the Master Gardeners, the next one is third Tuesday in September.
When?
Third Tuesday in September.
Okay.
We all need reminders, so.
That's right.
We'll make sure your secretary gets it.
Yeah, let Tracy and Jamie know.
Thank you.
I hope
Oh,
it's
we're
David
down to the
Reed.
Last one.
Last two. And
Hannah
David,
won't be here. She's in a conference.
She's doing her truth and taxation conference. So she's
Yeah,
learning how
yeah.
to, she's
I don't want to talk to her anyway.
Who's at that?
Anna.
Oh. David Reed, my favorite engineer.
That's a low
What
bar,
page is
isn't it?
David on? I saw it a minute ago.
last page.
46 is Road and Bridge. I have no idea. That just he just gets a little emphasis.
Short bus.
I
Yeah,
noticed that when I printed it too.
okay, so. I think everything is pretty much the same, except for I would like to add a new drainage crew. We have been trying to keep up with drainage forever, and if we're in a drought, nobody complains. We hadn't been in a drought for quite a few years.
Thought you were on the gravy train when you first came here, didn't you? Flood
I did,
engineer
I
and no
did.
floods.
I was here for a solid year before I saw a drop of rain, and then it rained 12 inches. So I need another drainage. I would like to be able to get all the ditches cleaned out and put it in a systematic way where every year, every so many year rotation, every ditch is cleaned. That's not happening. We're behind. The more we try to catch up, the always something happens. So this new crew would take a crew chief, an operator, and 2 truck drivers, which is sizable. It would also take a grade all, 2 pickup trucks, and a crew pickup truck. So we're talking about a lot of money. I have in the flood control tax, we've been putting money away every year. So I'm not spending that money. I think that covers the cost of the people, correct? And then the amount of the equipment will come out of either reserve or CO money. And I think that'll.
CO money, that's what we need to spend right now.
We're going to spend the CO. He's got another project that's going to spend part of it. And then we plan on using the balance of the 2011 COs, the balance that he has in the 2016, and then anything that's over that will come out of the flood control department.
And then some of that money, what we're talking about spending in Lamar, the property that.
Yes, sir. Yes. That's
Either
on there
the
also.
easement or property or whatever we're gonna end up doing on that.
Yes, that's in the 2011 COs also.
Can you put dollar amounts to the staffing and the equipment increase?
I did have that. I don't have it with me. It was.
Well, we've increased the flood control, which is on page 51, by 199,000. That is the staff, as well as moving one from Road and Bridge, Trotter from Road and Bridge into flood control. And the equipment was $650,000 that is split between those 3 funds that I mentioned.
So you're moving one person over from Road and Bridge and then proposing to add 4 more.
Yes.
And this probably will ensure that we'll go into another drought.
Yeah, I hope so. If it does, it's money well spent.
How many miles of drainage do we have now under it?
Oh, I don't know. We have, just roadside ditches. We have 300 miles of road, and a lot of big ditches besides
All
that.
right, speaking of it, you were saying clean the ditches out. I believe there's an environmental company here locally that says that grass in those ditches helps. You don't agree with him?
Absolutely, I do. The grass is good. We want the grass there, but
Gotta be at the right level though.
our slopes are so flat that our ditch is silty. And no matter what you do, you can't speed up that water. You've got to clean it out periodically or the culverts under driveways disappear. I like, we put seed back. It'd be nice to put, sod back, costs more.
Takes a lot more time.
They grow back pretty quick when you.
It grows
do
back pretty fast.
They
Yeah.
really do.
From
Yeah.
that joining grass.
But yes, we do like grass in the ditch. We try not to take out more than we need to, but we do have to take it out to get the flow lines.
He was just showing me a ditch the city cleaned out and he said, yeah, he just destroyed the whole, okay.
Yeah, it grows back.
And
And if you dig it too deep so that it doesn't silt in, then it just collects water and they don't like that either.
they don't like that either. Yeah, there's margin of error is very slight to make anybody happy. Or make
I can
everybody
honestly
happy.
say that in all the cities and stuff that I've been in and everything, we maintain our ditches better than anybody I know of. Just can't get to them in time.
Yeah,
And
and
they do it. They do a good job.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I personally have a dream that someday it's going to rain and nobody's going to call me.
Good luck.
That'll be the day after you retire.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, no, they keep calling after you retire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I changed my
Let's
phone
change
number.
your name.
Your replacement will probably forward it to your number.
Yeah.
Where you won't feel out of place.
Well, sure, I forward my calls to David Beer all the time.
Now, if we do this, are they gonna stay in the drainage? Or are they gonna come over to seal coat whenever it comes?
No, there'll be drainage. We will have at least one crew on drainage all the time.
That's
More times than not, we'll have two crews on drainage. I would like to get it into a time frame that we can get through the county in maybe 5 years and get every ditch attended to.
Pretty much like you do seal coats.
Just exactly like Silco. Yeah.
Through the whole county. You're talking about the city of Rockport.
Unincorporated areas of the county.
Unless you get
Unless you,
get an interlocal.
Right. And we will be doing work for Fulton and Rockport and Nav District as well.
David, I had a question and I'm trying to find out where it relates to, but if I just put it out there, maybe you'll know that I'd made a note of $504,000 for Poinciana. Is that something related to you?
Poinciana is one of the 2011 projects, and I don't remember specifically $500, but that
No,
was-
500,000,
Okay.
500,000.
Yes. That is that we have to spend next year, or that's probably what's left in that budget, is it not?
I'm looking.
There was 11 projects that were shown in the 2011 CO, and they were large projects that we couldn't do all of them at one time, but we did bits and pieces here and there. And for the most part, I think we have about 500,000 left in that CO. Is that right?
That is, and that's
And then-
part of what we're using for the equipment. And that's the line that I use to recognize that for the equipment. It's not where it's
Okay.
going to be. It
Right.
just needs to,
Right.
Oh, okay.
They're all kind of lumped together, but that 500,000 is what's left that we're.
right,
trying
and we're going
knock
to use.
out.
And you're pulling that over
250.
for the new equipment
Yeah.
for the,
There's
That
actually
and
250 that's going to be spent for
potentially the Lamar.
the
golf
Lamar,
course.
South Lamar, and then the
Part of
balance of it is the 200, and those are the new sheets that I gave you all this morning, had those changes. on.
okay. I didn't have a chance to look at that stuff.
Raining again?
Raining again.
that's rain.
Yeah.
That's for you.
Yeah, you might want to.
Yeah, just
I
be
left my
careful
phone
what
in
you
the
wish
truck.
for. And if you stay in here and drop your phone off, maybe nobody will call you.
Well,
That's a good reason to stay. Anything else?
Anything, any more questions for
Can I,
Dave?
can I get a, go ahead, go.
Drainage, your whole crew does a good job and they always look good. They haven't run over my truck in 3 or 4 years. That's good.
It is good.
But I gotta say that for the amount of people that you supervise and the amount of miles that they do, they really do a good job.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I will pass that on.
Can I get a copy of I can't remember if it was all stills or I guess some of it was video of the before and after when you did the clean out of the Lamar ditches?
Yes,
Ditches.
I'll email it to you.
Okay, thanks.
I might have to find a tech person.
No rush.
All right.
Is that it?
Just in time for you to go back to the office and go to work.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
So you say Anna's out?
Anna is out. I can go over her budget if you'd like to, if you've got any questions on it. Also, we aren't on the list, so I would. But let's look at.
Does that mean you're not changing your budget at all, or you're?
The only thing that really is in there different is, let's see, let's look at Anna's first.
What page is Anna
What?
on? You're gonna give us
Anna's
the
on
good news
19.
first? What is it?
19.
Well, then the judge still has to go over his too before we leave. I have some questions.
You're gonna ask me?
Yes, sir.
I didn't do the budget, but I might try to.
Actually, if tax assessor doesn't have anything, her budget's decreasing with the salaries, the pay periods, the additional pay period being taken out. She's got a reduction of $13,000. So she's not asking for anything. And ours is, and if you have any questions, you're gonna have to ask her because I don't. And our budget, the only really big change is the employee that was approved last commissioner's court. We have added that salary into this, and that's the only change in ours.
And that corresponds to a decrease in the long-term recovery?
That yes,
Somewhat.
we will be actually moving some of the admin fees into general fund to cover this position.
Okay.
And do you want to go over commissioners court and
What
non-departmental?
number is that on?
Page 2.
And if judge doesn't have an answer, maybe we will. Maybe we will. Oh, goodness.
Page 2.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners court.
You have to go past the first few pages and it starts over again at 1. So I couldn't find page 3 the others earlier.
Thank you.
Page 2.
I had a question on the reduction of travel and also conference and dues expense line items.
I can tell you the travel was because we didn't do it last session either, but there's no session this next year, so.
But we travel to that conference next week, right?
Yeah, but
In other words, in a legislative year, you add in more because we know we're going to be going to Austin more.
yes,
Okay.
Are you ready to go to non-departmental?
To go to what?
Non-departmental? Did you have it? Or are
what
there any
page is that?
questions? I'm sorry?
What page is that?
6.
So how many employees are in the non-departmental salary, regular full-time line?
That's a Tana question.
Well, I'm looking there.
You have 3. Yes, with John Sharpman, we've got 90% of his out of non-department.
And then Tracy and Deanna.
Then 100% Tracy and 100% Deanna.
Yes.
And is John's, do you get reimbursed out of that fee from handling the grants and stuff?
We will be, yes, we will be using his for the DAC, yes. And the admin fees, which will go towards paying the long-term recovery salaries. And that's really the only change.
Any other questions?
When will we, at a later date, will we have people come in like that want hot funds and stuff that are like we normally bring them in? I don't see on the list the appraisal district.
We did not do them last year and did not put them on the schedule for this year. They all were sent a letter for requests. So unless y'all want to hear their presentations, we had not planned on doing
I
it.
just normally, every year we got them. Have we had any other requests more money?
No,
or-
sir.
No new requests came in this spring? I thought I heard reports that people were hadn't come out.
No, the only thing that I've gotten, like I said earlier, was from the Cultural Arts District requesting 20,000 instead of 10. But I have not heard any new people coming.
Is there a formal deadline for that?
I would suspect
Probably not.
that we
Say
might get
August.
one from Luis because he kind of felt me.
An
out.
additional one or
He
increase?
helped me out for an increase to go to the percentage like everybody else is at.
Okay.
Didn't
I
really
just-
come out and ask for it. It was like, what do you think would be my chances? Now it's take your
Well,
chance.
You know,
They're the only ones that's not on a percentage, right?
I
Yeah.
thought they
No,
were-
the Center for the
Or
Arts and
maybe he
the
wanted a
Maritime
higher,
Museum.
maybe he wanted a higher percentage.
Oh,
He wanted more money, he didn't want less, I'm sure, right? Yeah, he probably wanted a higher percentage.
But I don't think, you give it to him or you're gonna have to give it to everybody else.
mm-hmm.
And what does the cultural arts do? They're basically representing all the downtown people kind of, or
You got me.
What-
Yes.
Pat, you go to that more than any of us, or do you?
That's not one of our favorites.
Thank you, Judge. What I would say is, I think they perceive themselves as the administrator or the overseer of the downtown area.
For like all of the businesses down there? in
Yes,
Lisbon?
I'm not sure that everyone agrees with that, but I believe that's what they
I'm pretty
believe.
sure not everybody agrees with it. Well, what does the Cultural Arts Center do other than, what do
They
they
have
do
to-
really?
Yeah, we have to get. Jennifer.
I think that, they have to spend the money we give them on advertising, all right?
Not necessarily. I mean, when she's brought in her reports, I asked the 2 times ago, please bring in visitor data because that's what we're really concerned about.
Yeah.
And so the last time she did bring that visitor data in,
But
but it was a very small number.
the-
But they do the Makers Market. I think that's what it's called on the second Saturday. of the-
Festival sometimes too, right? And then
They have done a kite festival once or twice. I think Beth Trifanidis started that before she left. But then that's
But
been
most of the
canceled.
other
a couple
groups
times.
use the money that we give them for advertising for those things they put
Yeah.
on to bring people in.
Not to bring it
Right.
down.
Same thing, the Maritime Museum, the art
Right.
deal. It's supposed to be advertised to
Right.
people that live outside 90 miles.
The Chamber of Commerce definitely
That
uses
might
theirs for
probably-
advertising.
Might probably spend the night.
Right.
here when they, to be able to come. You
Well-
can't really advertise in Corpus with that money legally. It has to be farther out, but
Well, the idea is 70+ miles, I believe.
Yeah.
is saying.
79.
I know their reports also included like, the sculptures that Steve Russell and.
Yeah, they're raising money for
Well, I
that.
know that's stuff that they're doing, but I don't think that that money can be used for that. I mean, the other groups pretty much all use our money to advertise for people to come to the events and stuff, because that's one of the main things.
I mean, the whole point of hotel motel is heads and beds.
Heads and
It's
beds,
to
right.
bring people to town,
Right,
tourists.
it's not for administration, for operations.
All right.
And that's kind of the difference between us and the city, is the city gives most of theirs to the chamber, which they don't actually advertise for individual events, where we give it to them to advertise for their specific groups.
And where did the cultural arts get their attendance? Are there, I mean,
I don't know.
From the
I've
shop.
gone to some of those maker markets on Saturdays. But nobody's ever asked me my zip code, which is usually, I know that's what we do at the History Center.
Well, my impression was that they represent a lot of the downtown merchants. I don't know how many, I don't know what. And if they do advertising, it's basically generic to downtown. I don't know.
All right, nothing else.
I don't think we ought to give them a raise.
no.
We have,
Why
a-
did not put it in?
if there's nothing else, is there a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Motion made.
I'll second that.
Second. All those in favor?
Hi.
Unanimous.
Well, was that you?
Who seconded?
Castro.
I did,
Castro line.
or somebody did. I did too.
Put a
I think
name
we all
down. We don't
seconded.
care.